Hello, hello. Yes,
Hello. Mic test. All right. So, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Okay. So, welcome to the second day of the second International Summit on Educational Management and Emerging Technology. We're Good morning, ma'am. We're delighted to continue our conference here at the Holiday Inn Express in the beautiful city of Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I am Mila Joy Martinez from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, and I am the moderator for today's session. It's a great pleasure to be here today with our esteemed research scholars, academicians, and students from around the globe. To officially begin the session, I invite everyone to please rise and show respect as we play the national anthem of Malaysia. Please be seated. On behalf of Academia Research Lab Private Limited, in association with Gracie Foundation, Northwestern University Philippines, STI West Negros University Foundation, University, Walton Institute of Technology, India, Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University, Philippines, Central Philippines State University, and Rizal Memorial Colleges Incorporated, Philippines. We are delighted to welcome you again to the second day of the Second International Summit on Educational Management and Emerging Technology. This conference is designed to be a dynamic forum where authors, participants, and researchers can connect, share their expertise, and explore the transformative power of artificial intelligence. Our goal is to foster a meaningful connection and showcase skills and understanding in AI's impact on current trends and innovation. So the summit also serves as a platform to bring together AI-driven researches from the field of education, engineering, management, and technology. Here we can converge, exchange insights, discuss groundbreaking innovations, and identify emerging future trends that are shaping our future. The themes for our conference are the management and future, technology, AI and innovation, and education. So I would like to extend my sincere congratulations to the committee members or to the founder of Academia Research Lab Limited, Engineer Darshan Sahu, and Engineer Sushmita Priyadarsani. Our gratitude. Let's give them a round of applause. Our gratitude also extends to our conference chair, Dr. Perdus, and our co-conference chair, Dr. Saeed Mahmoud Amid. He is now joining us online. And of course, our esteemed reactors. We have Dr. Arun, Dr. Azam. We don't have Dr. Alan, Dr. Vijay, and Dr. Hazan. A round of applause, please. So at this juncture, allow me to introduce our guest speaker today. She will be sharing insights on educational management and emerging technology, a global perspective, and Malaysian's perspective. She brings nearly 25 years of academic and industry experience to the table, having worked in both government and private institutions. She is currently a lecturer in the Department of Economics and Finance at Sunway Business School, Sunway University, Malaysia. Before joining Sunway University, she was a senior lecturer at University Technology Mara, teaching undergraduate students and supervising master's and doctoral students in the business administration. She also held the position of senior lecturer in the Graduate School of Business at Seji University. She has supervised approximately 20 PhD students and has served as an examiner for Viva Voz and proposal defenses. Her expertise lies in small and medium enterprises, firm performance, and internationalization. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm welcome to our guest speaker, Dr. Chang Pa Ling. A round of applause, please.
Testing, testing mic. All right, yeah. So I can walk up. So, oh, so yeah, thanks. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a real pleasure to be with all of you today in this hall in Holiday Inn in Kuala Lumpur. My name is Dr. Chong, and I'm currently working in the Department of Economics and Finance in Sunway Business School, Sunway University. All right, in this beautiful morning, the topic of my speech today is educational management and emerging technology, a global and Malaysian perspective. As all of us know, technology influence all of our life today, especially in education. So today we are going to look at the Malaysian's perspective and a little bit about the global perspective. All right, now, all of us know that GDP, gross domestic product, is a very important measurement of economic growth of a country's performance. So now, I think many of us are curious, how come GDP plays an important role in education? Now, if we look at the Malaysian perspective, we have what we call Malaysia Education Blueprint. It's about a 10-year plan from the year 2015 to 2025. So it will end by this year. So to begin with, it actually started way before 2015. That means back in 2013, 2 years before that, the ministry has already began developing this Malaysian education blueprint. How do they do that? They started off by gathering input, by gathering data from the relevant parties like education experts and so on, and the Malaysian higher learning institutions, of course, and also the general public like educators and including students. So this blueprint was created by Malaysians for Malaysians, and it is aimed to support Malaysia's journey towards becoming a high-income nation. All right, GDP. How will it influence the education? Well, it will influence in terms of investment, number one, and secondly, technology adoption. So if we can look at GDP of countries, meaning to say if we can compare the GDP between a developed country and a developing country, we can see that those countries that have higher national income, meaning higher GDP, it will allow them to have greater funding for their digital learning experience. So in Malaysia, we are trying to go towards that. And also in Malaysia, there is what we call a 5-year plan. So the latest one is Malaysia, the 12th Malaysia plan. Yeah. And under this 12th Malaysian plan, all right, it will emphasize more on digital transformation in education as well. Next, please. Thank you. All right. So all of us here are educators, all right? And we would love our education to move forward. So, emerging technologies transforming education. Now, certain parts of education, all right, is facing certain crises. So, is there hope for this learning crisis as educators or even as students? So, this is where education technology come in to either mitigate or minimize this learning crisis. So here on this pie chart here, you can see that there are three general technology ways to overcome this learning crisis. The first one is artificial intelligence, AI. So I believe all of us are exposed to AI by now, although it started only probably somewhere the last year or 2 years back. So AI is very important for personalized learning because every student has his or her own pace of learning or has his own way of learning. So this is where AI comes in. And I'm sure all of us are quite familiar with application like ChatGPT or other chatbots as well. All right. So the second technology that we can use is big data and learning management, LMS. So today, big data is a very important topic, all right? And in fact, there are many universities nowadays will have a department just for handling big data. And LMS, of course, all of us are very familiar with applications like Moodle, Blackboard, course networking, Google Classroom, and all this. So this LMS will help both parties, the educator and also the student, because the educator can really plan what to do in the LMS. Besides just uploading the notes, okay, we can do a lot of things using the LMS. We can conduct tests, we can conduct our assignment, and then the students can view their results, will get their feedback individually. So that really helps a lot. Now, the third technology is virtual reality. So as you can see, this boy here, all right, I think many of us are also familiar with this. So this is a very good way if we cannot travel to a certain place to introduce the topic to the student. For example, if we want to teach students about history of a certain place, all right, so let's say we want them to visit some pyramids in Egypt. So it's not easy to travel all the way to Egypt. All right. So this is where a virtual reality comes in, whereby we just use that device and tada, we are there in Egypt. So this tree really helps a lot. All right, in our education. All right. For the next slide, let's take a look at what is happening in Malaysia today. So this is Malaysia's digital education. So what's the scenario in Malaysia nowadays? So as you can see here, McGraw-Hill Education Trends did a study and they found out that 84% of students, they believe that digital learning technology can improve their education. So this is a very good number, a very good statistics, whereby students today in Malaysia realize the importance of technology to help them in their study. It's not only to help them to pass examinations, but to help them to understand and to immerse in the topic even further. So, in the Malaysian scenario, we have two parties here. Of course, the most important one is the government. So the Education Ministry has came up with many initiatives. In fact, it even started from school. If we go around Malaysia today, there are many schools, especially secondary school, of what we call smart schools, whereby they have certain technology and their classrooms are equipped with those technology so that students can learn, okay. That's it. Thank you. All right, so these smart schools, there are more and more of these smart schools as time pass by. And how about the public and the private sector? So in Malaysia, both public and private sector, they work hand in hand, especially in terms of investment in education technology. So there are many companies, private companies that came up and partner with those LMS providers. Now, it seems all very rosy here. 84% students believe in education using technology. Okay, we can see that government has started and they are also progressing in their initiative. The public, the private are chipping in. However, all right, testing mic, testing mic. All right. So what are some key challenges that the Malaysian education is facing currently? First of all, infrastructure limitations. So, Malaysia being a developing country, there are still many rural areas in Malaysia. And as we know, technology will involve the usage of internet. All right. So there are still many rural places in Malaysia that lack of this internet facility. So that is one key challenge. Secondly, digital divide. So again, due to the fact that Malaysia is still a developing country, there are still many students today who cannot afford a device to help them in their education by using technology. And the third one is adoption issues. So, as we know, all right, some people are very inclined to change. Okay, they do not like to change. Um, there are still probably many educators who belong to the old school, all right, who still believe in blackboard and chalk. Not that it is not good, okay, it is still very good. I mean, that was how I learned and studied those days when there's no education, there's no technology. But there are still a certain group of people who refuse to change. So here comes the adoption issues. So therefore, the challenge for Malaysia is basically these three, and Malaysia should overcome these challenges in order to move forward in the future. All right. Besides those challenges that I've mentioned just now, the other challenge is to measure educational impact. All right, as we know, education is something that we cannot see immediately. All right, now, for those of us who are very familiar with the calculation of GDP, there are certain sectors like the manufacturing sector, all right, production. So those are easily quantified. We can see that, okay, for this sector, okay, how many million or billion ringgit, all right, of production. However, when it comes to education, it's quite difficult to quantify the contribution to GDP. Why? Because it may take a longer time. Probably we can only see the results next year, next 5 years, and so on. How can we see that? One of the way that we can see that is probably by looking at the unemployment rate. So, if education is picking up, is improving, all right, so probably the unemployment rate will become better. So, this part is quite difficult to quantify in the calculation of GDP. And another challenge when we come to contribution to GDP is there are certain parts of education that are non-monetized. So as you know, things that are not monetized, we do not include them in the calculation of GDP. For example, at home, all right, it's not a formal place to learn. School, yes. Colleges, universities, yes. But at home, all right, when the parents teach their child, all right, how to do their homework and teach them about their studies, all right. So these are non-monetized contributions of educators, all right, and these are informal learning. So all this type of learning at home or in the informal setting, yeah, are not calculated and not added to the calculation of GDP. So, in order to address this, here comes AI. All right. So, the role of AI and predictive analytics will help to improve the calculation of educational impact in the economic performance of a certain country. Please. Okay, so, what is the future outlook of the Malaysian education scenario? For the Malaysian Education Ministry, all right, there are a few objectives they would like to achieve. First of all, they should fast track students centered learning. So, if students are moving faster, then the objective, all right, will be achieved faster. Secondly, optimizing operational efficiency and cost. All right. So cost is definitely a very important factor. So the Malaysian government will need to optimize on this and at the same time become very efficient. The next objective is innovation in education. Yes, we are moving forward, but there is always room for improvement. So there is always innovation and research happening to improve the education in Malaysia, especially using technology. And the last objective is advancing research. So with a better research, better outcome, it will definitely help to innovate the education system. So you can see that this digital education can be strengthened, can be further improved by having certain policies. Definitely, this is by the government and also by investment from the public and also the private sector. So, therefore, it is very useful to encourage innovation and education technology growth in Malaysia in order to achieve these few objectives here. So this will be the conclusion. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chong Puling, for that sharing with us the emerging technology and the education in Malaysian government. Or the Malaysian government. With that regards, I'd like to give some synthesis of your presentation, and I would definitely agree that GDP dictates, or the GDP of the country influence the education, investment, and technology adaptation. And the government play a pivotal role in investing technology for the edtech, and we are needing, not even in the Philippines, it is in need to have to enhance the educational sector into student-centered learning and strengthening our digital education, and of course through we can able to do that through the research and innovation. So that would be all. Again, thank you so much, and let's give a round of applause to Dr. Chong Puling. At this moment, we will now proceed to our keynote speaker. And it is my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker for this morning. She is the Associate Professor and Campus Director at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Parañaque City Campus. For over 23 years, she dedicated her career to education and community empowerment, and since 2005, she has been deeply involved in extensive community outreach programs focused on supporting indigenous peoples. She has also been a champion for innovation teaching methodologies. Her commitment extends beyond the classroom because she is passionate advocate for the rights and welfare of the marginalized communities. Recognizing the importance of peace and security, she began training in the prevention and countering of violent extremism in 2008, which has greatly informed her community engagement work. In 2013, her mentorship of the National Youth Congress effectively advanced key issues related to the national youth peace, and national development. Her outstanding contributions have been recognized by the Philippine Armed Forces, who honored her with the CMO, or Civil Military Operations Soldier Award in 2013 and the Bayanihan Award in 2014. In 2016, she received the Best Paper Presentation Award for her research on madrasa education at the International Research Conference for Educational Higher Education in Pattaya, Thailand, and recently in 2024, the same award of Best Paper Presentation during the ICMA in Singapore. Her extensive experience and dedication make her a valuable member of the board of directors for the Global Research Alliance for Integrative Solutions and Innovation. Let's give a warm welcome to our keynote speaker, none other than Associate Professor Cheryl Sharima R. Morales. A round of applause, please.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. In the name of God, the most merciful, the most beneficent. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, good morning to our research scholars there online. And of course, we're excited to hear again the new discoveries, reaffirmations of the rest of our research scholars that will be presenting this day, this morning and afternoon in particular. So allow me to stick on my script as how I saw Dr. Vijay, our keynote speaker yesterday. Usually I talk simultaneously, but I'll stick to the script in the interest of time because our stars are more important, our research scholars. So discussion would be yesterday. One of the research scholars asked in terms of how AI, the emerging technology, will help different children, specifically on the children with learning disabilities or children with special need. So now in this conference, since we have this team, I non-disclaimer, no, I had to analyze the how the ISEME or the International Summit for Educational Management and Emerging Technology view this perspective. So we're looking onto the UDL or Universal Design for Learning. So we have this learning objective and this short discussion. So you have there in terms of how we can provide or contextualize UDL in education. I separate education, management, and emerging technology. When we always see management, it matters about money, investment, finances. By this time, let's hook it into up on how we contextualize that in terms of the educational management and its importance, of course, with existing uh, educational management and emerging technology. And let us reinforce this context in the perspective of the UDL. So just to give you a preview on yesterday's inquiry, so 15, actually 16% right now, estimated on 1 billion people in a global population has or with disability. Of course, it ranges from children to aging people. And out of those numbers, there is 1 in 20 children globally who has disability. And an estimated 1 in 3 out of school youth children have disability. This was just recently published by Their World in February, this month, February 17, 2025. And looking into momentarily, our guest speaker, of course, Dr. Ring, discuss about the Malaysian perspective. Look into the Philippine perspective, the neighboring country, of course. So 2016, 2017, there are 233, 975 learners with disability. No, that those are mainstream. When I say mainstream, it's they are not in the special education program. This students with special needs are actually mainstream and part of their together with the as like a neuro we they call it neurodivergent students, the special children with special need to the typical regular classroom wherein they are mainstream together with the rest of the students. So that's just in 2016, 2017, and of course that's, let's say, 7 to 8 years, and it's really growing in number. And of course, I'd like to be honest that part of those figures are my kids. I have 6 and 8 years old who has autism spectrum, and they are in the mainstream classroom, and I have an 18-year-old grade 11 who is in the mainstream who has social and communication disorder. But they are all in the regular classroom after the neuropediatric diagnosis that they are suitable for the regular class. So these are growing in numbers, and it's always a dilemma for a regular teacher. Um, it's already a let's say chaos in the classroom with different kids, in the primary and secondary level with different attitudes. Then here come a child with has special needs, and the teacher not trained to handle such diverse and the neurodivergent class. It's really difficult. So the teacher, with the fear of not providing proper training or education to the students, would deny the students. And here comes the parents or the mother or the guardian who said The doctor said that my child is capable of being in a regular class. And it's a struggle. So you have to show all the diagnosis. You have to deal with the teacher's inhibition of handling the kid. Why? Because again, they are not trained to do that. And the special education class is really definitely different because you have to teach the kid isolated. It's just one-on-one class. It's different when you as teacher is handling it in a different I mean in numbers. Even in higher education, since we have a law for or Magna Carta for disability people or person with disability, we are not allowed to deny students from entering in higher education. It's not just because you have a disability, we are not allowed to do that. So we have to have some interventions. In the campus, we are catering three of our students. Two is enrolled in computer engineering program. The other one is enrolled in the information technology. And two of those is under medication. But we see to it that there is a regular psychiatric evaluation and a psychological examination being done by experts every semester. So we rest assured our teachers that they will just not jump up in the building or whatsoever. So it's a very let's say in monitoring it's really difficult, but we cannot deny a single child to go to a regular school. So with this UDL, thanks to our AI friend, I was able to generate because I don't know how to draw. And the prompting seems to be good, and the image was generated the way I like it. So that's the perspective of education. We have different tools being used. The management think about policies, no, which I will be explaining later. And then the emerging technologies, say the cloud-based, the platforms that are being used. This would come to have this so-called universal design for learners. And the clicker is not working. Let's do it manually. Yeah. So that's the context of what we are the discussion all about. So let's go to the objective one. How do we define this? So education, as mentioned by Dr. Bijay in his discussion, quote unquote, asking permission to cite your statement yesterday. So inclusivity, no, that's one way of how this emerging technology is helping. I would not just use AI, but these are really an emerging technology. So inclusivity in this context of UDL is accessibility. So accessibility, ensuring materials and activities are accessible to all learners regardless of their abilities or disability. So imagine there's a child in the classroom who is a pass face because he's an active learner. Say he has ADD, ADHD, and then there's the other one learner who does not respond because he simply has a social communication disorder, or they say he is an introvert student. So the accessibility of the learning materials is important. Differentiation. Um, UDL is actually the curriculum framework, and then differentiation is methods on how you deliver the instructions to meet the demands or to meet the demands of the diverse needs of these learners inside the classroom. This provides the varied level of support and scaffolding and challenges. Then you have the engagement. Later on in the UDL principle, you will be learning about more of the engagement. Of course, this is very difficult, no, with a regular class, motivating your students to learn these days because they know in a click, the information is there on their phones, on that typical rectangular box. They get addicted, and most of the time. So it's really how this meaningful engagement will be provided to our learners, especially with our learners with disability. Assessment. No. The regular class has to have table of specification each time you give objective test. You'll give subjective examination, the rubrics has to be presented according to our ISO standard. But how will you consider those learners with disability? Of course, employing assessment methods is definitely a must to have a fair, accurate, and it would provide multiple means of learners to demonstrate that indeed there is a learning happening. And it was mentioned also is the personalization that this was just mentioned a while ago by our guest speaker, Dr. Ling. And this would have that UDL concept for the education is inclusivity. Again, it's a based on my personal the things that I've read or the scholarly journals that I have scouted. So the actual UDL framework developed by CAS in 2024 has this design for multiple means of engagement, multiple means of representation, and multiple means of action and expression. So how these three principles. So in terms of multiple means of engagement, in 2006, Rose said that there is, which I do agree, there is no way, no one way of engaging students that will work best for all. There's no one for all that, I mean, one fit size all concept. Some students are highly engaged in spontaneity and novelty. However, other students may be disengaged or frightened. Some students may be risked and challenged because in RA 10533 in the Philippines, we have the so-called learners in the challenging areas. Those learners who were abused, learners under stress, or in were their homes were ruined because of war. So they still have to go to school. So in the down south, the one in MSU mentioned that the safety and security is a concern in their area. And there are some students that are actually attracted to dynamic social forms. And then some are very shy away and that they will decide that they would not just join the class. So this multiple means of engagement is actually the flexible options for generating and sustaining motivations or the why of learning. Next, click it early. The representation principle. So consider student access of information of your course. It was also mentioned not everybody has. Now, if you have a box and if it don't have internet, it's useless. We we don't actually would like to look into our phones or our boxes. I call it boxes without connectivity. And this digital thing, immersion technology requires not just connection, but the speedy connections. The IoT yesterday was discussed. Of course, if you don't have more than the 5G, that IoT thing won't work. So this is what we call the flexible ways to present what we teach and what they learn. The multiple means of action or expression is, of course, in terms of consider providing students with options for demonstrating their knowledge. Previously, when we were taught about math, we all know that there's only one formula. But now, students, I've seen a lot of in TikTok how Indians and Chinese and the Westerns compete for a multiple numbers, multiplying and device the I mean getting the answer. I was thinking, should I have known that? I wouldn't be wasting a lot of papers because my teachers has to score all the mathematical operations and the way how I solve it. No. For example, it's just one number and it will be 10 to 20 points because of all the mathematical steps that I have to do. And I don't like writing. Timid. I mean, I'm lazy in terms of writing. So I learned stenography because it's easier to write. So these are the things that when we talk about the multiple expression, that no matter what the process is, as long as they achieve the outcome, that should be accepted. That should be graded. Previously, if your answer is from the mathematical problem or say the scientific problem, if you just put the answer directly, then you just get lesser points. Why? I just calculated it using my mind. But I have to show it on the paper how I did it. So now in the UDL, that shouldn't be the case because as what we mentioned, and the multiple means of expression, that is the how or the flexible options of how students learn and express what they know. There are students who would just sing, write, or dance the way they understand it. So be it. So there should be multiple rubrics for that. Of course, it's difficult at the beginning when doing differentiating or differentiated instruction, but the AI is there. Once you have plotted it there, the AI will understand and learn, and then it will generate later the algorithms that you need. Now, the management in terms of this UDL thing. So management can actually when we talk about management, of course, I belong to the middle management where we decide about the resource allocation, how much can we allocate on a certain object of expenditure, as what mentioned. The educational tool no, is an investment. So resource allocation, you already have the funds to provide this smart classroom thing. But the next question, of course, management should provide as well how this will be used by their professionals, by their teachers. So training and development for our upskilling of our teachers, of our faculty is very important in the management area in terms of their planning. And then the next one would be, of course, policy formulation. You cannot have, let's say, 30 to 40% budget or a capital outlay more than what is dictated in the policy. So in our university, there is like let's say before you acquire additional tools or technological tools, it has to be after 3 years. So the request that we have just January, that will be soon for the 2027. So if you're requesting for say 10 million fund for smart board, that would be given 2027. Since there's a certain policy that you cannot have a capital outlay every year. No, so these are certain restrictions that our teachers, no, our classroom teachers should understand. No matter how we want the managers, the principals, the supervisors would like to have it, that there's a certain policy that limits us from doing it. And so that is called administrative strategies in supporting our UDL perspective. So that's an example of policy formulation by Baran, no, et al. In 2021. They said developing a policy and mechanism in terms of determining the changes in teaching and learning process is very important towards inclusivity, and this would definitely influence our approach to implementation. If our managers are adapt or let's say have this knowledge that this UDL actually is a UNSDG 4 and there have different targets that they need to acquire before having this. So of course we will be open or they will be changing the policies that they have on hand. So in terms of emerging technology, we're on the last key term. So of course it was mentioned numerously no, by our day one presenter, now Dr. Ling, digital tools, no, digital tools plus of course the various platforms. We have we can have it the LAN. What's the LAN? The how do you say it? Local networks. Then you can have the cloud base. Then you have there, of course, no, was mentioned just a while ago, the AR powered personalized learning. Even in business, now personification is very important in the appeal. So the reason TikTok has a lot of clients, no, not right this, but still the Facebook is the number one in terms of how they promote their product. But the personification or personalization of our product is very important. Similar to our students, the one of the research scholars presented that the students are customers in the day one. So that's it. So this emerging technology, as mentioned by Dr. Alan Tafikov, should be yesterday's rather keynote, is there's a research no, and innovation that must be needed. And that research should be relevant and timely. It's not just we have discovered it now, but let's say the value of the discovery would is not immediate. As mentioned, education is not an immediate output. It's a long-term investment. So the researchers nowadays in terms of emerging technology must focus on the efficacy, accessibility, implementation, and that's the one thing I miss with thank you, Dr. Vijay. You have mentioned ethical consideration. So these are the things that the our learners is missing. That's that the morality, the ethics behind this technology. Uh, most of our students have cases now in the university. They're just putting e-signatures of their professor, and the letter will be shown into me in the office. And I said, "What's that? What that is e-sign? Did your professor allow you to use that?" They say, "Yes." I will call the professor. Did you sign this? No, ma'am. So student has a derogatory remark, putting Ma'am Joy, no, in a difficult situation because he has to discipline her students as the head of the student services. So now that's an example of the emergent technology as mentioned by Walker and McMahon. He mentioned that the research need to examine the efficacy, accessibility, implementation, and ethical consideration, ensuring that emerging technology are harnessed to create inclusive, efficient, effective learning environment to all of the students, particularly, of course, to our learners with disability. So, now let's go some statistics with the bubble map. So that statistics I run into thanks to the Python coding by the research collab. I was able to generate the image that I need. So the axis there, the education on your right axis and the management. Think that the horizontal is your x-axis. This is the education, and the vertical y-axis is management. The position of each bubbles on the chart show how much education and management are involved in the particular aspect. So each of the bubble represents, so you can see there the color from purple to yellow. So the each of this bubble represents a specific interaction between the element related to the UDL. The size in the bubble, no, so these are the interaction strength. The bigger the bigger the bubble, the stronger the connection or interaction between education, management, and the emerging technology for a particular element. A large bubble means all three are working together powerfully. So the color bar on the right side, which is the emerging technology, shows which colors corresponds to higher or lower level of technology involvement. A yellow bubble means a lot of emerging technology is being used, while a purple bubble means it's lesser. So the UDL principle in the context of the multiple means of representation, action, and expression. Let's do with the multiple representation first. These are giving learning different ways to get information. The multiple means of action of expression, letting learners show how they know in different ways. Multiple means of engagement is keeping learners interested and motivated. In terms of the implementation strategies, in terms of the managerial side or the management aspect of education, the text on the right points of the same ways to put the UDL into practice. Diverse teaching method, flexible assessment method, and accessible learning material. In a nutshell, this illustration visually shows that creating inclusive education under the UDL framework isn't just about teaching methods or education per se. It also involves good planning and organization, which is the task on the management side, and using the latest tech or technology, the emerging technology, is important. So the size and the color of the bubbles help you see which combinations are the strongest and which are rely most in technology. So again, thank you to my AI friend. The illustration provides the use of importance of education and management with emerging technology in an inclusive classroom setting represents the UDL or the universal design for learning. So reinforcing, now let's go to the third. So why UDL? As what I'm saying, for a minute, for how many minutes right now? So human, because reinforcing, they say YUDL in the perspective of the Quran, no, in terms of how we teach our children, there are reason why human grows through their experiences, either through their feeling, thinking, awareness, or discovery. Life in the present life and more than automatic behaviors determined by past events. The values of life are present rather than past or future. Humans are emotional creatures, and essentially, human live in other person in a subjective world. Familiarity with human relationships. Number four is one of the most ways the person can fulfill his need. Next is generally every human being actually have this so-called actualization, which is the tendency to attach to an or to the organism to develop their overall abilities in providing maintenance and enhancing their self-actualization. This is actually to Rami et al., but that context was taken from the perspective of the Quran in teaching the children. So in parting ways, I would say this Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, peace be upon him, mentioned educate your children, the girls and boys, not according to your wishes, to our wishes as teachers, but because they are not in our time. They are the children of their own time. So do not teach them the way you were taught. Again, Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you so much, Associate Professor Cheryl Sharima Morales, for sharing the perspective of UDL in the Philippines to cater with the students with disabilities. So, indeed, education as inclusivity emphasizes equitable access to learnings for all students, regardless of the disabilities. So, key components include accessibility for materials, differentiation in instruction to meet diverse needs, and engagement to motivate our learners. So we can able to implement the UDL framework by promoting multiple means of engagement through engaging materials, representation by presenting information in our various formats, and actions and expression by allowing students to demonstrate their learnings in diverse ways. And we acknowledge that the management plays a critical role to implement the UDL. And as educator, I believe we can contribute no in our simple ways, because I believe together our simple ways will be bigger, so that we can able to promote a supportive environment for the success of every learner, regardless of their ability disabilities. So with that, we will be moving on to our technical session 1. And before we start, here are the few guidelines for our participants. Each presenter will have 7 to 10 minutes to present their paper. And after presentation, we will have a 5-minute question and answer session. So to facilitate this session, please join me in welcoming our technical session chair, Dr. Chong Po Ling. A round of applause, everyone.
Good morning again, everyone. Thank you. So we will start our morning session now with our presentations. There will be 5 presenters before the coffee break, and following the coffee break, we will have the remainder 5. So just a reminder again, as what Joy has mentioned. So we are to keep to our time, about 7, maybe 10 minutes of presentation, followed by 5 minutes of questions and answer. So to begin with, let's welcome Randolph I. Neveska with the paper entitled Technology and Livelihood Education in Northern Philippines, a comprehensive case study of DMM, MSU, and LUC. A warm of welcome for our first speaker.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. To our distinguished guest speakers, research speakers, our dear panelists. Good morning. The Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University, one of the check in the northern region, Philippines, particularly the Region 1, whose mission is to provide relevant quality instruction, research, and extension. DIMSU's goal shall lead to transforming human resources into productive, self-reliant citizens and responsible leaders. The university plays an important role in enhancing the attainment of a better livelihood and quality of life among its clientele in its service area. Our university proudly offers TLE programs designed to equip students with essential skills and knowledge for their future careers. Yours truly, Randolph I. Navasca, faculty member of the Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University, like to present to you this research titled Technology and Livelihood Education in Northern Philippines, a comprehensive study of Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University, North La Union campus. With me in this study, in this research, are Professor Mayat Navasca, Professor Nel Brian Tugilida, and Professor Nasita. Yours truly, I'd like to highlight my research interests in education, research, and extension related to development, product development, food development, safety, DRRM, disaster risk reduction management, poverty alleviation, and sustainable development. Moving on, I'd like to present to you this abstract. This study examines the correlation between the competencies of technology and livelihood education, TLE teachers' instruction, research, and extension, and students' academic performance. The primary objective is to identify key predictors of academic success to improve TLE instruction and outcomes. Utilizing a descriptive research design, the study surveyed TLE teachers and TLE students from the province of La Union, Northern Philippines, specifically from the Dimsu North La Union campus. Data were collected through questionnaires and documentary analysis, focusing on teachers' profiles and competencies, instruction, research, and extension. Statistical tools such as frequency count, weighted mean, Pearson correlation, and regression analysis were employed for data analysis. The findings of this study reveal that TLE teachers display a high level of competence across instruction, research, and extension activities, while students exhibit commendable academic performance, notably in home economics. The study identifies that teachers' highest educational attainment significantly impacts their instructional and research competence, with integration of teachers' educational attainment, training, and instructional proficiency collectively and significantly influences and predicts students' performance in TLE, and these findings offer a robust foundation for implementing targeted enhancement in TLE instruction. This study revolves and anchored on the following literatures on technology and livelihood education, which is a vital for functional education that offers hands-on learning. In the Philippines, TLE is crucial for comprehensive development, emphasizing its role in education. Effective TLE instruction ensures students can translate their learning into meaningful and developmental outcomes. On the role of the teachers in TLE, in technology and livelihood instruction, TLE teachers play a critical role in shaping their students' futures, extending beyond instruction to holistic development. And the literature on teacher competence highlights educators' vital role in students' achievement and preparation for their future challenges. And this is the research paradigm. I use an IPO template there. The profile of teachers, the length of service of the teachers, the number of preparations, the different assignments, the level of competence along instruction, research, and extension, and academic performance of the TLE students. While on the process, the analysis of the profile of level of competence, instruction, research, and extension, students' academic performance, relationship between variables, and predictors of students' academic performance, preparation of proposed action plan. And the output is a proposed action plan to improve instruction and in DIMSU North La Union campus, which in the way that it is used as a data-informed decision making. While the statement of the problem states that this study aimed to determine the TL instruction in DIMSU North La Union campus. Specifically, it sought to answer the following questions on profile of teachers along personal profile, the civil status, sex, number of children, along, along, along with the highest educational attainment, length of service, trainings attended, number of teaching units, number of preparations, and their quasi-assignments. And second is the level of competence, instruction, research, and extension. And what is the level of competence of TTL teachers along instruction, research, and extension? And thirdly, what is the level of students' academic performance in the profile of competence of TLE, the competence of TLE instruction and students' performance in TLE, profile of TLE teachers and students in performance in TLE, and what are the predictors of students' performance in TLE, and what action plan can be formulated. And here is the methodology. This research utilized descriptive method of investigation. The population of this study considered TLE students and C faculty students who are teaching TLE subjects. And we use the different mentioned statistical tool, the frequency count, regression analysis, and the regression analysis and Pearson R. And here are the salient findings of this study. The profile of teachers. The profile of teachers where 44% of the TLE teachers are males and 56% are females, with 88% are married. From the 9 teachers, only 1 has no child yet. And 11.11% have units in master's degree, while the others serve also less than 5 years length of service, and the rest have more than 10 years, and 66% have above 20 local trainings, while 44% have 0 to 5 national international trainings, and 33% have served less than 5 years, and 66.6 above 20 local trainings, and 44% have 0 to 5 national and international trainings. So with these figures, these were the basis where we have data to provide for decision making. There it is. And another finding of this study, the level of competence along instruction, research, and extension. This shows that TLE teachers are highly competent in their trilogic function in instruction, research, and extension. Another is the student level of academic performance in TLE with the different subjects under the curriculum of the technology and livelihood education. TLE major students have very good academic performance of major subjects in TLE, especially in the home economics area. Another is the relationship of competence, instruction, research, and competence. The highest educational attainment of the teacher is significantly correlated to instruction and research, while trainings of the TLE teachers is significantly correlated to their competence in instruction. The instruction competence of TLE teachers is correlated with students' performance, and the highest educational attainment, trainings, and competence instruction are predictors of students' performance in TLE. And here are the conclusions that were drawn based on the salient findings. Based on the findings of the study, the following conclusions were drawn. The TLE teachers are a combination of males and females. Majority are married with children, equated with their specific specialization with adequate local and national trainings. Most are seasoned teachers with master's degree and doctorate degree, have regular teaching loads, preparations, and have administrative functions and quasi-assignments. And second is the TLE teachers are equipped with teaching skills and competence for effective teaching that are highly capable of conducting research and adequate skills in extension services. And thirdly, the students have acquired the needed skills and competencies in their TLE subjects, especially in home economics. And The highest educational attainment of the TLE teachers has direct bearing with instructional competence and conduct of research, while trainings has to also a direct bearing with instruction skills. And the TLE teachers' competence instruction, highest educational attainment, and trainings are contributory to the performance of students in TLE. And lastly, the highest educational attainment, trainings, and competence instruction can forecast or predictors for the student's performance in TLE. And here are the recommendations of the study. Consider the variables which are significantly correlated with students' performance, such as the highest educational attainment, competency instruction, and trainings attended in hiring faculty members in TLE. Second is to provide capability building and trainings along instruction, research, and extension to maximize the skills and competencies of teachers along the said areas, and to sustain the very satisfactory academic performance in TLE, providing interesting and challenging activities in class and co-curricular activities such as skills competition. And fourth is to implement the action plan to enhance the TLE instruction. To conduct future studies related to instruction in other subjects or areas of the study, and of course, to enhance TLE laboratories through provision of new and enough laboratory equipment and conducive facilities to promote authentic learning. And lastly, to promote skills development through the incorporation of skill-based seminars and competency assessment provided by the Technical Education Skills Development Authority, or the TESDA, in the Philippines. And these are the results of the study. And that would be all. Thank you very much. Good morning.
Thank you, Randolph. That was a very good presentation. And I believe the audience here will have a few questions. But however, let's keep them until the end of the session. All right. And we will go to the Q&A after the end of the session. Now, we are pleased to welcome our second presenter, Professor Mario Fettvelder, to present the topic on predictability analysis of stresses affecting the job performance of secondary school teachers in Romblon, Philippines. A warm round of applause, everyone.
Ability analysis of stressors affecting. Good day everyone, I'm here to present to you our research entitled Predictability Analysis of Stressors Affecting the Job Performance of Secondary School Teachers in the District of Romblon, Philippines. I am Professor Mario A. Fidelberg Jr., Campus Director of Romblon State University, San Andres Campus. With me is Ms. Rachel T. Tubis, Master Teacher 1, Mathematics Division of Romblon. This study investigates the predictability of various stressors on the job performance of secondary school teachers in the District of Romblon. Using a descriptive correlational design, 127 secondary school teachers were surveyed to assess their perceived stress levels and job performance Utilizing the Individual Performance Commitment Review form, the study found significant stressors related to job demands, working environment, and relationships at work, all of which negatively impacted job performance. Regression analysis identified specific stressors that are strong predictors of job performance. Based on these findings, recommendations for interventions and aim at reducing stress and improving job performance are discussed. This study aims to analyze the predictability of various stressors on the job performance of secondary school teachers in the District of London, with the goal of identifying key factors that negatively affect their performance. What is the demographic profile of secondary school teachers in the District of London? Most respondents are in the 31 to 40-year age group, 35.42% today. Female makes 62.20% of the population. The marital status shows that 60.63% of the respondents are married. Most respondents hold a bachelor's degree, or 51.18%. 56.69% handled 5 or more subjects. Many teachers are in the entry-level Teacher 1 position, and 35.42% have been teaching 6 to 10 years. What is the level of perceived stressors in terms of job demands, working environment, relationships at work, learning opportunities, adaptation to changes in the workplace, and the satisfaction with benefits received? The study reveals that teachers face high stress due to excessive workload, large class sizes, low salaries, and limited promotion opportunities. Financial concerns, delayed salaries, repetitive tasks, and disruptive student behavior add to their burden. Job demands, especially workload and compensation issues, are key stressors. These challenges can negatively impact their motivation, performance, and overall well-being. Addressing this through workload management, salary improvements, and career growth opportunities could enhance job satisfaction and retention in the profession. Next is, what is the level of perceived stressors in terms of job demands, working environment, relationships at work, learning opportunities, adaptation to change in the workplace, and the satisfaction with benefits received. Teachers face stress due to poor working conditions, including lack of facilities, with a mean 4.65, poor physical environment 4.60, unstable internet 4.55, and shortage of instructional materials. These issues hinder productivity, create frustrations, and lower job satisfaction. Improving infrastructure, resources, and digital access can help alleviate these stressors. Another perceived stressors related to relationships at work. The findings highlight that workplace relationships significantly contribute to stress levels among educators. Bullying by superiors and colleagues 4.35, and unsupportive superiors 4.25 create a toxic work environment, making professional interactions challenging. Poor assistance from colleagues 4.20, and strained relationships with superiors 4.10 further add to workplace stress, affecting teamwork and morale. These stressors can negatively impact job satisfaction, motivation, and overall performance. Another perceived stressors related to adaptation to changes in the workplace. The findings indicate that adaptation to changes in the workplace is a significant stressor for educators. The lack of appropriate training and support, and sudden curriculum changes were rated as stressful, making it difficult for teachers to adjust effectively. However, the most stressful factor was the insufficient policies to support changes, which highlights a gap in institutional preparedness for transitions. These stressors, I know, can lead to uncertainty, reduced efficiency, and frustration. Implementing clear policies, proper training, and structured support systems can help educators adapt more smoothly to workplace changes. What is the level of job performance of teachers based on their IPCRN? The findings show that teachers' job performance is satisfactory across all key areas. Learning environment, content knowledge scored highest, indicating effective classroom management and instruction. Assessment, reporting, and community engagement were all satisfactory, while curriculum planning scored lowest, suggesting a need for improvement. Strengthening training and support in curriculum planning and professional development could further enhance teaching effectiveness. Is there a significant relationship between the level of perceived stressors and job performance? Person correlation analysis showed significant negative correlation between perceived stressors and job performance. Higher level of stress related to job demands, working environment, and relationships at work were associated with lower job performance. What are the stressors that best predict job performance among secondary school teachers? Regression analysis identified that job demands, working environment, and relationships at work were significant predictors of job performance. These factors accounted for a considerable variance in the job performance scores. The regression analysis identifies job demands, working environment, and relationships at work as significant predictors of job performance. Each predictor has a negative beta coefficient, indicating that as stress levels in these areas increase, job performance decreases. These are the references used in our research. Thank you. All the best for and the best in you. Good day, everyone.
Thank you, Prof. Mario. That was a wonderful presentation. Now, moving on to our third presentation. The third presentation will be delivered by Lichelle Pacheco. She will present the topic, Facilitating Synergy in Establishing a Caritas Demo Farm for Youth Servant Leadership and Educational Program for Agri Scholars. Over to you, and a round of applause.
Hello, Kuala Lumpur, and Mabuhay Philippines, to the esteemed panel of experts, the organizers and the chair of this conference, and officers of the Academia Research Lab, my co-participants in this premier conference. Hello once again and good day. I am Dr. Laisa Lagnason Pacheco, an associate professor at Central Philippine State University Hiligaran campus, and allow me to present to you my study titled Facilitating Synergy and Establishing a Caritas Demo Farm for Youth Servant Leadership and Education Program for Agri Scholars. So it is said that the collaboration emerges as an elemental force in the relentless pursuit of sustainable agriculture and advancement of socio-economic well-being, a catalyst that propels progress beyond the bounds of individual endeavors, and it is an opportunity for collaborators to join hands, cross boundaries, and embark on a collective journey toward total empowerment. This opportunity rooted in a vision for a brighter future, which manifests itself as the Caritas Demo Farm project. So this study aimed to comprehensively investigate and understand the process of facilitating collaboration and synergy among diverse stakeholders involved in the creation of the Caritas Demo Farm. It aimed also to shed light on how this collaborative endeavor can be effectively organized, managed, and sustained to benefit Waislep Agri scholars, contributing to their academic and practical development in agriculture, and sought to identify the key factors that influence the success of this initiative with the broader aim of promoting sustainable and inclusive agricultural education and practices. So establishing a demo farm, an initiative that combines agriculture and training, is a collaborative effort between various stakeholders. This discussion explores the rules and responsibilities of Caritas Manila Incorporated, the Diocese of Cabancalan, and Central Philippine State University in this endeavor, focusing on key themes: the collaborative partnership, social welfare arm, and partnership formalization. So the collaborative project involving Caritas Manila Incorporated, the Diocese of Cabancalan and Central Philippine State University aims to establish a demo farm with shared objectives for collaborative partnerships, social welfare, and partnership formalization. The collaboration emphasizes shared responsibilities, with Caritas Manila leading to the project's planning and management, the Diocese of Cabancalan leveraging community engagement, and Central Philippine State University providing technical and expertise and research support. So these partnerships foster more efficient resource utilization, improved outcomes, and strong community engagement. So the initiative focuses on using the demo farm to address social welfare issues, particularly poverty, inequality, and food security. So the Caritas Manila will lead in social welfare programs, and the Diocese of Cabancalan will support the organization's efforts with local networks, and Central Philippine State University will provide technical assistance. So formalizing the partnership involves defining the rules, the responsibilities, the expectations, and boundaries through a clear agreement. And Caritas Manila will take the lead on creating the engagement. The Diocese will contribute to the community input, and the Central Philippine State University will offer the expertise and the development process. So the establishment of the Caritas Demo Farm was multifaceted undertaking, presenting the various challenges. The key themes revolve around scholar selection and screening, um, academic support, the use of technology and expertise, and partnership formalization. The project faced challenges in scholar selection, including the lack of clear criteria and insufficient screening processes. It also faced challenges in providing adequate academic support, such as access to quality education, the mentorship, and resources due to limited financial resources and staff. These obstacles were addressed by implementing a robust selection process and by allocating resources to address the issues. In the future, they should partner with technology providers to acquire the necessary expertise and investing in training and development programs. And finally, to address the challenges of the partnership, a partnership agreement was developed which allowed for clear rules and fostered open communication among the stakeholders. Then the Caritas Demo Farm strives to be a success by understanding the challenges encountered so that it ensures the long-term stability of the project. The project's themes, namely educational empowerment, the inclusivity in education, practical learning, environmental sustainability, and the development of future consultants will ensure the overall project is successful. So in order to improve the project, it's important to make sure the educational process is improved by making sure that the educational aspects are met and that there is an appropriate plan and need for financial support and a clear approach on the part of the farm to address the challenges. The plan is to see how the scholars select the students to make sure the future of the project is successful in addition to the inclusion of the students. The Caritas Demo Farm project centers around its educational mission, aiming to foster agricultural education. The project's key themes are collaborative partnerships, uh, scholarship opportunities, technology and expertise, environmental sustainability, partnership formalization, and future consultants. The Caritas Demo Farm seeks to enhance effectiveness, efficiency, and sustainability in similar collaborative projects, particularly in agricultural education and community development. So the results for the conclusion, the focused group discussion findings highlight the collaborative establishment of the Caritas Demo Farm. The project illuminated the roles of Caritas Manila Incorporated, the Diocese of Cabancalan, and Central Philippine State University. Through strategic partnerships, the project facilitates agricultural education, community development, and sustainability. By formalizing partnerships, providing scholarships, and integrating technology, the project lays the foundation for a sustainable future, positively impacting the agricultural sector and the broader community. The output of this assessment led into the successful implementation of the Caritas Demo Farm project, and it is evident in the formalized memorandum of agreement between the Central Philippine State University and the Diocese of Cabancalan and Caritas Manila, and is further demonstrated by the enrollment of 30 scholars in agriculture-related programs at Central Philippine State University main campus. So this outcome validates the project's collaborative approach and commitment to fostering agricultural education and empowering the next generation of agricultural professionals. So that would be all. All the best for you this summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Laisha, for the insightful presentation. All right, for the next presentation, we will have a virtual one. And the topic is From Campus to Career, a qualitative exploration of gratitude employability and workforce readiness in Ilcos Norte. And it will be presented by Dr. Eric S. Parilla. Over to you, Dr. Parilla.
Hello, ma'am. Good morning. Can I share my PowerPoint? Okay, so good morning, everyone. I'm Eric Santos Padilla, the Vice President for Northwestern University. And this is a collaborative research with the Dean of College of Business Education, Mrs. Jocelyn Evangelista. We're from Northwestern University, Philippines. So the title of our topic is From Campus to Career, a qualitative exploration of graduate employability and workforce readiness of Ilocos Norte. So the transition from academia to the workplace presents significant challenges for fresh graduates. Many struggles with employability due to gaps in essential skills, making it difficult to meet industry expectations. Here in Ilocos Norte, the main problem of employers of Ilocos Norte is that some graduates or majority of the graduates do not match what they need. So employers have highlighted deficiencies in communication, teamwork, adaptability, and professionalism, which hinders graduates from securing and excelling in jobs. Additionally, a lack of practical experience and exposure to real-world work environments further contributes to their unpreparedness. Addressing these challenges requires a collaborative effort between us, universities, the industry or the business sector, and the government agencies to bridge skill gaps and enhance workforce readiness. So the objectives of this qualitative research is that number one, to assess the employability and readiness of fresh graduates in Ilocos Norte. Number two, identify skill gaps and industry-specific requirements that affect graduates' transition into the workforce. Number three, examine the alignment between educational curricula and labor market demands. And number four, gather employer perspective on the strengths and weaknesses of fresh graduates. So the methods, we use a qualitative approach to explore graduate employability. We used focus group discussions. It is conducted during a pre-job summit on November 7, 2024 with 30 participants from various employers, industries, including agriculture, IT, healthcare, and tourism. Participants were grouped according to clusters. Of the first cluster was representatives from the agriculture, fisheries, and tourism industry. Cluster 2 from the IT, mining, construction, and renewable energy sector. Cluster 3 would be accommodation stakeholders, food and beverage, and travel sector. And Cluster 4 will be hospitals and medical-related businesses. The data gathering was FDG, facilitated by faculty members of the three major universities here in Ilocos Norte, Northwestern University, Divine Word College of Lawag, and Mariano Marcos State University. Discussion focused on skills, job readiness, and curriculum assignment. So the results is that for Theme 1, communication and language proficiency, says that many graduates struggle with verbal and written communication. Issues include poor grammar, construction, and articulation, and limited liability to express thoughts effectively in interviews and workforce interaction. So the second theme is about job readiness and practical experience. So the key findings under these themes are many graduates lack hands-on experience and practical exposure. Internship and on-the-job training programs are often irrelevant and misaligned with industry needs, and employers emphasize the importance of specialized internship to enhance job readiness. For theme 3, professionalism and work ethic, the key findings are many graduates lack professionalism, accountability, discipline in the workplace. Theme number 4, on the other hand, is about alignment of the curriculum with industry specific skills. The key finding is that there is a major gap between academic training and industry requirements. For Theme 5, adaptability and problem solving, the key finding is that many graduates struggle with critical thinking, strategic thinking, and problem solving. And theme number 6 is about retention and career progression. Employers struggle to retain skilled graduates due to salary competition and limited career growth. Many of our workers or fresh graduates go abroad, such as the United States of America or Europe, so that they can find a higher paying job. Theme number 7 would be about training and development. And the key finding is that training is essential for workforce readiness and career growth. And theme number 8 is about local collaboration and career centers. Stronger collaborations between universities, local government, and the businesses is needed to enhance workforce preparation. So the conclusion is that the study highlights the challenges and opportunities in graduate employability and workforce readiness in Ilocos Norte, emphasizing the need for stronger technical skills, adaptability, and hands-on experience through aligned internship and training programs. A frustration for both graduates and employers is that a mismatch between academic preparation and the industry demand. To bridge this gap, collaboration between educational institutions, the businesses or the industries, and the government is crucial, with career centers playing a vital role in skill development and job placement. Retention remains a concern due to higher salaries abroad and limited local growth opportunities, necessitating competitive pay, career advancement programs, and employee incentives. Employers stress the importance of early job training, professionalism, and emotional intelligence, which are just as essential as technical skills. Ultimately, a coordinated strategy that enhances education, career growth, and workforce development will help create a resilient, highly employable workforce capable of adapting to evolving market demands. Um, this is our recommendation, a 5-year strategic plan to be done by the universities, by the businesses or by the private sectors, and the local government of Ilocos Norte. So thank you very much for listening. I hope that I was able to present my research paper. Thank you very much, and again, good morning to everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Parila, for your wonderful presentation on employability and the workforce readiness. Next, we have Bella D. Supe. She will present the paper entitled From Context to Linguistic, Understanding the Concept of the Hiligaynon Word Palanga using Kawawati Jiro JR Analytical Framework. A round of an applause, please.
Thank you for that introduction, Madam. To the esteemed panel of evaluators, to my co-researchers, guests, ladies and gentlemen, maayong aga sa inyong atanan. Our own dialect in Hiligaynon, which is good morning in English. It is indeed an honor and a privilege at the same time to present to you my study entitled From Context to Linguistics, Understanding the Concept of Hiligaynon Word Palangga using Kawawita Jiro Analytical Framework. By the way, I am Bella Di Supe, the campus administrator of Central Philippine State University, Nicaran campus, and at the same time, a language professor at the said university. Okay. The word itself is an abstract noun consists of 3 syllables and came from its root word, pangga, a dialect used by the natives of Panay Island, Negros Island, and even some parts of the region to express love and affection to someone or to something. To some extent, the word can be used as an endearment to which people opt to use shorter version like langga or ga. Palangga, therefore, refers to take care of someone because they are understood as the gift that reveals itself to the lover. The tenderness in one's loving careers in also found in Jacinto Juan Martis Diccionario Moro Maguindanao Español as kalililian, where it is defined as a caririan or to caress in English. In this sense, love as palangga and kalalilian in a haptic gesture of gentleness that values the beloved as perpetually present as a perpetual present. The Hiligaynon language is one of the major languages of the Philippines and is the second most largely spoken language in Western Visayas. Another is Hiligaynon is also our lingua franca of Western Visayas, and that is located in the Philippines. Such socio-cultural perspective used to explain how a word obtained its meaning in a particular group or community informed the main objective and framework of this paper. A social linguistics analysis of the Hiligaynon word pangga or palangga in the context of the university students' life experiences. The data were collected via open-ended survey using written interview format, and with the 30 university students voluntarily participated in the said interview, and the frequency count was used in interpreting the data. The data gathering instrument in the form of written interview comprised of 6 questions, which is also written in Hiligaynon and was translated in English. So, ano ang bot silingon sa imo sang tinaga nga palangga? In English, for you, what is meant by the word palangga? Another is, ano pa nga iban nga mga tinaga ang madumduman mo kung mabatian mo ang palangga? In English, what are other words associated with palangga when you hear it? Sa ano mo pwede magamit ang tinaga nga palangga? In what manner or situation you can use the term palangga? Paano mo pwede nga gamiton ang tinaga nga palangga? How do you use the term palangga? Kay sino mo pwede nga gamiton ang tinaga nga palangga? To whom you use the term palangga? And the last one is sa diin mo pwede nga gamiton ang tinaga nga palangga. To where you can use the word palangga. As conclusion, as part of our Ilonggo culture, the word palangga can be heard everywhere, like in churches, schools, streets, even in homes, as shown with the respondents' answer in question number 6. Okay, the concept of palangga has something to do with affective and behavioral domains of a person. Affective in a sense that it tackled human emotions, values, faith, and symbols. Behavioral aspects as well discuss actions, behavior, and manners of showing those emotions appeared as top 3 answers from the list of the items. Generally, palangga is very much associated to family, feelings, persons, or human beings as appeared as top answers from the list of the items to be shown on the later part. Okay. Top 3 most mentioned words in the student responses are the following: familia, that refers to a family; balatyagon is feelings; and tao, that refers to a person, which were associated with the term palangga. So that's the concept map. If I am going to read it one by one, maybe we will take time. And that is the result of the interpretation of the frequency count I have made in order to make a good, I don't know if it is already a good result now, but because some of our dialects, some of our word in Ilonggo or in Hiligaynon are already dying. So maybe young professionals, young individuals nowadays seldom use this kind of term of endearment. So further analysis shows that palangga had 2 dimensions. Number 1 is affective. It is divided into 4 categories: the manifestations, spiritual, values, and symbols. And it could be materialized through verbal or non-verbal manner. Another one is the behavioral. While it has no sub-theme mentioned, but generally referred to actions, ways, and manners of showing different variations of emotions. So that's the graph. And that's all. And I hope that I have made my part, although I'm a bit nervous. And madamo gid nga salamat in our dialect, in English. Thank you very much, mga palangga.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. All right, now is our time for coffee break. We will take 10 minutes short coffee break, and please take this opportunity to network with your peers and other delegates for any possible collaboration. And we will resume the session at 11:25. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Our coffee break is ended, and may I invite everyone to be here again in our venue so we could start in 2 minutes. Thank you. Again, we are inviting our participants to be here in our venue so we could start at within 2 minutes. Thank you. My voice outside. Did you hear my voice out? My announcement outside. No, I'm asking if you can hear my announcement outside when you're outside. Okay. Attention to our participants, guests, and presenters. Kindly be here in our venues and we will resume our session. Thank you so much for your attention. Attention to all our presenters, guest speakers, and attendees. Kindly be here in our venue and we will resume our session. Thank you so much. Good morning again. Attention to all our attendees and participants. Good morning to all. I hope you enjoyed the short break and had a meaningful interaction with your colleagues and our peers. And now we will resume the session one. And may I invite again the facilitator for our session one, Dr. Chong Po Ling. A round of applause, please.
Welcome back, everyone. Testing. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. I hope everyone enjoyed the short coffee break and a chance to network. So at this moment, let's continue our presentation with a virtual presentation. Our next presenter will share her research title, Evaluative Analysis of Children under the Early Childhood Care and Development Program. Let's welcome Charlene Gay Elaine Fabregas. A round of applause, everyone.
A pleasant day to everyone. This study, Evaluative Analysis on Children under the Early Childhood Care and Development Program, is an externally funded research by the local government unit, particularly the Municipal Social Welfare and Development. Yours truly is Charlene Gay Elaine V. Fabregas of Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University, College of Education, Laboratory Elementary School, City of San Fernando, La Union, Philippines. With me in this study is my co-researcher, Dr. Oscar O. Ancheta Jr. Early childhood is the most formative and crucial stage in a person's growth and development. The foundation for a person's growth in the different areas is hard during this stage. Also, children are sensitive to environmental factors that could either threaten their survival and security or facilitate their healthy and holistic development. The Department of Social Welfare and Development recognizes the significant role of the daycare SENDI and other early childhood education programs in the development of children's well-being. As mandated by law, the DSWD is responsible for regulating the quality of these programs for children. As more children are placed in these centers, it is critical to ensure that their physical, intellectual, social, and emotional needs are met. Furthermore, children develop from one stage to the next through a definite pattern and predictable sequence. However, each child has his or her historical background. Therefore, ECE programs must value each child's uniqueness. To see the development of these children, the service providers conduct assessments. It establishes their baseline developmental status through an initial assessment and builds on this through regular and continuous assessment. The researchers conceptualized this study, assessing the children under the ECCD program as a basis for creating input for the Comprehensive Development Plan for ECCD in the city. This study utilized a mixed method exploratory sequential design wherein qualitative data supported the quantitative data. In this study, quantitative data culled from ECCD checklists were validated through the conduct of written response interview participated by the ECCD teachers or the daycare workers. The population of this study were the enrolled ECCD from the 59 barangays in the city of San Fernando, La Union, Philippines. The primary method used for data collection in this study was documentary analysis of the ECCD checklist Form 2, which assessed the children's status and performance. The ECCD checklists were obtained and synthesized from daycare workers across 59 barangays. Subsequently, a written response interview was conducted with ECCD daycare workers to corroborate the quantitative findings. The data collected from the ECCD checklist underwent comprehensive analysis and summarization utilizing various descriptive statistical tools such as frequency, percentage, and mean. The given table was utilized to interpret the performance of the ECCD learners along the various domains. For the findings of the study, the data suggests varying patterns of sex distribution among the different geographical regions. Notably, while the upland category demonstrates a somewhat balanced representation of both male and female learners, the lowland and coastal categories exhibit a greater proportion of female learners compared to male learners. The data reveals a distinct age distribution among learners in all regions. The majority of learners are under the age of 4, the smallest group consists of learners aged 2, and this underscores the need for flexibility in the implementation of ECCD policies. Relatively, it illustrates the distribution of learners based on birth order across the regions. The data reveals that the majority of learners are firstborn. The predominance of firstborn learners suggests that parents may prioritize the education of their first child is likely due to the greater availability of resources and higher parental attention and enthusiasm. The presented data delves into the performance of learners across various domains. The findings indicate a generally positive trend in the developmental progress of learners across various domains. While the levels of self-help skills, social, emotional, and receptive, and expressive language, exhibit some variability across areas, the data underscores the need for additional support and guidance. Thus, this proposed model is designed to address the identified gaps and challenges in the performance of learners within the program. It focuses on improving overall developmental outcomes and ensuring comprehensive well-being through a multifaceted approach. The tailored educational interventions form the cornerstone. Parental engagement and support are recognized as vital components. Resource allocation and professional development are prioritized to enhance instructional quality and student engagement. Nutritional education and support are integrated into the ECCD curriculum. Finally, a comprehensive monitoring and evaluation framework is established to assess the impact of interventions, track progress toward program goals, and identify areas for improvement. It aims to address identified gaps and challenges in children's learning performance, giving emphasis to social emotional, receptive and expressive language, and self-help domains. This ends my presentation, and thank you for listening.
Thank you for your good presentation, Charlene. Moving on, let's welcome our next presenter, Jenny V. Craig, to present the research topic, Primary Caregivers, Involvement in the Early Childhood Care and Development Program. Let's give her a warm round of applause.
Good day to all. This study, Primary Caregivers' Involvement in the Early Childhood Care and Development, is an externally funded research by the local government unit, particularly the Municipal Social Welfare and Development. With me in this study is my co-researcher, Dr. Maricel C. Pahimola. I am Jenny V. Kiawit from Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University, College of Education, Laboratory Elementary School, City of San Fernando, La Union, Philippines. United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child acknowledge that parents or guardians have the primary responsibility for the upbringing and development of the child. Family and parenting support are increasingly recognized as indispensable parts of national social policies. And these social investment packages aim at reducing poverty, decreasing inequality, and promoting positive parental and child well-being. In the Philippines, Republic Act No. 10410 gives paramount considerations to children and primary caregivers. It recognizes the rights of children to survival, development, and special protection with full recognition of the nature of childhood, and as well as the need to provide developmentally appropriate experiences to address their needs and to support parents in their roles as primary caregivers and as their children's first teachers. Acknowledging the roles of primary caregivers, this study was generally designed to generate recommendation inputs to the city government of San Fernando by determining the profile of the primary caregivers, extent of primary caregivers' involvement, advocacy, and mobilization of communities, and to determine the problems encountered in the involvement of primary caregivers in the early childhood care and development. The theories that support this study are the following: ecological system theory of human development, parent or family impact model, Hoover-Dempsey and Sandler's parent involvement model, and Epstein theory of parent involvement. This study used the descriptive research design, particularly the descriptive evaluative. The respondents of this study were the parents or primary caregivers of ACCD learners from the 59 barangays in the city of San Fernando, La Union, Philippines. The total number of ACCD primary caregivers considered in this study is 313. The main data gathering tool for this study were survey questionnaires supported by documentary analysis, interviews, and ocular visit to the daycare centers. And to determine the problems encountered in the involvement of primary caregivers in ECCD program, the researcher used the semi-structured interview. The data gathered from the survey as to the profile of the primary caregivers were analyzed and summarized using frequency and percentages. As to the extent of involvement of the primary caregivers, median was considered. For the semi-structured interview, thematic analysis was utilized on the transcript conducted to primary caregivers. The profile of the primary caregivers was mostly married female who finished high school and are currently plain housewives that are also engaged in an elementary occupation. The overall extent of primary caregivers' extent of involvement, advocacy, and mobilization of communities is very high, with a median of 5. Collaborating with community is one aspect that needs to be enhanced, for there are inconsistencies that are observed in some provision. These are the problems encountered in this study: no guidelines or program of activities to follow, language use and announcements, technology barrier, inconsistent reminders, activities are scheduled mostly during weekdays, economic demand and time constraints, readiness to teach young kids, representatives are sent, and limited budget. I therefore conclude that the primary caregivers do have different whereabouts that challenge their involvement in the daycare or in the community as a whole. They are participating religiously in the activities and undertakings of the school, and they are challenged to meet the demands of their involvement in school and in the community. I recommend that the primary caregiver shall make some innovation and strategic scheduling to ensure that they can attend to the different school-related concerns. They shall sustain their high involvement in the school, and they must be given assistance to improve and resolve the different challenges of early childhood education. Assistance may also be in the form of trainings, provisions of educational materials, and other activities to help them foster good parenting abilities. That ends my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation, Jenny. All right, moving on. Let's welcome our next presenter, Sylvia Lee Icaro Kuigao, to present the research topic, Parenting Styles and Attachment Patterns, Understanding Psychosocial Factors in Bullying Among Students at Central University, Philippines. Let's give her a warm round of applause.
Good day to one and all. At this juncture, I am to present this study entitled Parenting Styles and Attachment Patterns, Understanding Psychosocial Factors in Bullying Among Students at St. Paul University, Philippines. I am Sylvia Lei Kigo, a faculty member of the College of Public Administration and College of Humanities and Social Sciences of Cagayan State University and a mental health advocate. I am an associate professor, a registered guidance counselor, and a registered psychometrician. I finished my doctorate in philosophy and psychology at Cagayan State University and my master in arts in education major in guidance and counseling at St. Paul University, Philippines. At present, I am teaching psychology subjects and other related subjects in my college and currently functioning as a guidance counselor and psychometrician at Cagayan State University and also designated as the campus guidance coordinator. As a mental health advocate, I conducted seminars and lectures on mental health, stress management, psychosocial support, and psychological first aid in various agencies. Bullying is a common problem in schools, and the psychosocial effects it causes to the bullies and the victims may last for many years. Parenting styles and attachment patterns play a crucial role in the psychological development of children and their relationship with others, which may be associated with bullying behavior or being bullied. These factors will help understand how bullying behaviors can be addressed and how a healthier school environment can be fostered. So this study aims to identify the psychosocial problems of bullying perpetrators and victims and to develop an intervention program to prevent existing and future bullying cases. Specifically, it investigates the perceived parenting styles of respondents' parents and the dominant attachment styles exhibited by the respondents. So the key variables that were used in the study are the following: parenting styles, attachment styles, bullying, and psychosocial problems. The objective of this study is to determine the psychosocial problems of bullying perpetrators and victims of St. Paul University, Philippines, and to develop an intervention program to prevent the recurrence of the identified cases and the occurrence of new cases. Specifically, it will answer these questions. What is the perceived parenting style of the respondents' parents? And what is the dominant attachment style exhibited by the respondents? The methodology that was utilized here is a descriptive research design in determining the psychosocial status, the parenting styles, and attachment styles of bullying perpetrators and victims. It also examined the differences in attachment styles in relation to profile variables and the relationship between the variables for an intervention program that will be addressed bullying. It utilized purposive sampling for the students identified for bullying cases. The surveys were conducted on the perpetrators, victims, their parents, and teachers to obtain comprehensive information on the factors contributing to bullying. Now we'll have to proceed with the findings. So the results and findings on the perceived parenting styles of the respondents' parents. In terms of the father's parenting style, respondents perceive their father significantly as authoritative with 77.1%, followed by neglectful with 10.4%, authoritarian with 5.2%, and permissive 2.1%. So fathers were highly responsive and had high control as well. So affirming the predominance of the authoritative parenting style. On the part of the mother, in terms of mother's parenting style, respondents perceive their mothers as, uh, majority of them perceive their mothers as authoritative with 75%, 11.5% neglecting, 7% permissive, and 4% authoritarian. So, in general, respondents' mothers are found to have high responsiveness and high control, which affirms that they too are inclined with the use of authoritative parenting style. On the statement of the problem, dominant attachment style of the respondents, results presents that 68.8% of the respondents show secure attachment, whereas 17.7 anxious and 13.5 tend to be avoidant. So generally, most respondents are on the side of secure attachment. The conclusion of the study, okay, so the results showed that authoritative parenting is dominant among fathers as well as mothers of the respondents with high responsiveness and control. So this parenting style is very closely related to the secure attachment, which is the prevailing attachment type among respondents, while minority parenting types like authoritarian, permissive, and neglectful, are related to unfavorable attachment outcomes, like anxious and avoidant attachment styles. These findings underscore the significant impact of parenting styles on the social and emotional development of children, particularly their susceptibility to bullying behaviors, either as victims or perpetrators. On the recommendations to address these findings include the following. First, parenting education program should be implemented to encourage parents to adopt authoritative practices through workshops and seminars that emphasize the benefits of balanced responsiveness and control. In addition, counseling and support services should be offered to parents who use neglectful, authoritarian, or permissive approaches for improving their parenting. And also, schools can play an important role by initiating attachment interventions in an educational direction that teaches the students about their attachment styles and the effectiveness of parenting in emotional resilience. It is also advocated that more research will be required to understand the long-term effect or impact of parenting styles on attachments and behavior at various developmental stages. Lastly, there should be community support systems established that enable parents to learn from one another in sharing their experiences and approaches towards securing healthy attachment with their children. With this, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Sylvia, for your presentation. Okay, we have come to the last presentation for this morning, and it will be a virtual one. Our last presenter is Beverly Gay Cambry, and the study title is Unveiling the Bandura's Theory on Self-Efficacy, Listening to the Voice of the Merit Students. A round of applause, please.
Hello everyone, I am Beverly Gay and Cambry, and I am honored to present to you my research on unveiling the Bandura's theory on self-efficacy, listening to the voices of the married students. Education is considered to be one of the most important development indicator in the Philippines. Almost every Filipino values education, seeing it as a gateway to better opportunities and a way to overcome life's challenges. Parents, students, and entire communities dream of attaining a solid academic background to prepare individuals for the demands of an increasingly competitive global world. Traditionally, the undergraduate years are thought of as a time of self-discovery, exploration, and academic growth. But what happens when students get married? Marriage, especially at a young age, introduces unique responsibilities that can impact the student's ability to perform academically. They often face obstacles such as societal stigma, difficulty balancing school, household duties, and childcare responsibilities. Not to forget a lack of emotional and psychological support to help them navigate these new challenges. This study explores how married students balance academic and family life through self-efficacy. This study unveils the Bandura's theory on self-efficacy on the lived experiences of married students in the private universities. The researcher used descriptive correlational design and interview methods to 77 married college students in the different private universities and colleges in Tuguegarao City, Cagayan, Philippines. And results showed high self-efficacy among the participants. So let us begin by understanding the foundation of the study, and that is Albert Bandura's social cognitive theory. So Albert Bandura's social cognitive theory emphasizes the interaction between personal factors, behavior, and environmental influences. Self-efficacy, which is the core part of his theory, refers to the individual's belief in their ability to achieve a goal or complete a task despite challenges. For married students, self-efficacy plays a crucial role in their ability to juggle family responsibilities and academic demands. So for the statement of the problem, this study aims to answer the following questions. Number 1, what is the profile of the respondents according to sex and age? Number 2, what is the academic performance of the respondents? And number 3, what is the respondents' level of self-efficacy? By understanding these aspects, university and policy makers can develop better strategies to assist married students in achieving their goals without sacrificing their personal responsibilities. So with that, let us dive into the details of my research. So I employed a descriptive correlational design and interview methods to 77 married college students across the different universities and colleges in the Philippines, particularly in Tuguegarao, namely the University of St. Louis, St. Paul University Philippines, F.L. Vargas College, and University of Cagayan Valley in Tuguegarao City. As for the collection of data, I made use of the academic self-efficacy subscale, which measures youth's perception of their ability to manage their own learning and succeed academically, along with the general weighted average, or the GPA, and interviews capturing the respondents' personal experiences. Based on the results of the study, majority of the respondents were female, and most of them ranges from the ages 20 to 29. For the academic performance, there's a high general performance average for 48.1% of the respondents, indicating a strong academic performance despite personal responsibilities. Majority of the respondents have high self-efficacy, with only 1.3% showing low self-efficacy. And based on the interview conducted, the high self-efficacy counted or connoted that amidst their situation, these college married students were strong enough to face life optimistically. And for these married students, their fate as married was more of a blessing in life and never as a curse. And based on the interview, multitasking is really a challenge to these married students. But they successfully instilled in their mind and in their heart that tribulations are just temporal and achieving their dreams is perpetual. So married college students are faced with a situation where there is a need to balance their time and resources with their family, studies, and responsibilities. Their resiliency and hope, together with their ability and skill to cope with the demands of married life, enable them to face the realities of being married. So rather than letting failure overcome them and drain their resolve, they find a way to rise from the situations they're in. So to conclude, married students balance family and academics through resilience and high self-efficacy. And there are also recommendations such as counseling programs for married students, where universities should provide psychological and academic counseling tailored to married students, as well as seminars on time management and parenting, as these can equip students with strategies to manage their dual responsibilities efficiently. And last recommendation is that university support for balancing family and academics by crafting policies that promote a supportive academic environment, such as flexible schedules and online learning options. So to end, this study highlights that self-efficacy is really a powerful tool that enables married students to overcome challenges and succeed academically. So by providing targeted support, universities can enhance their educational experience to help them thrive in both family and academic life. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Beverly, for your presentation. So now we have done all the presentations for session one, and we will now proceed with the question and answer session. Okay, so what we'll do is I will go through each presenter, and also I will give the paper title. And if you have any question, please raise your question, and the respective presenter will answer your question. Okay, to start off, the first one was Randolph. The title was Technology and Livelihood Education in Northern Philippines, a comprehensive case study of the MMM, SU, and LUC. So, ladies and gentlemen, any question for our first presenter? Yes, any question from the floor?
So thank you very much. So I see all of the presentations were very good. However, I have some concerns or questions to the first presenter. Uh, the topic of the presentation was about technology and livelihood education. Yeah, uh, presented by Mr. Randolph, right? Correct. So while I was reviewing your presentation, I was not convinced that how you actually determine your sample size. Can you please explain a bit about the sample size, how you determine the sample size?
We considered the uh, 100% student who were enrolled in TLE during that time, and all of the teachers teaching technology and livelihood education in the college, sir. Yes, sir. That's all the all population. We consider that. Yeah, we correlated it. All of the predictors that we have expected or assumed to be part of the study were analyzed. Yes, sir. We can say that based on the ratings that gathered, they are highly related with each other, just like the findings that the higher the educational attainment of the faculty, the teacher, it has a good indication. It manifests a good way of high instructional competency. That's the reason why they can easily and has good performance in teaching our TLA students.
But in research, in order to be certain about those things, you have to run any test, right?
Yes.
So if you are proposing something that this has a relationship, you should run any statistical analysis, not just descriptive analysis.
Okay, noted.
For example, you can use SPSS, you can use Smart PLS. There are a lot of softwares to run your data, right?
Yes.
So my suggestion, it's a suggestion that you add some statistical measures and statistical technique to actually prove what you are saying.
Sure.
Yeah, because it will vary from context to context, not necessarily the relationship is universal. Okay.
Okay, sir. Noted.
So if it is universal, no need to test, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. That was my question.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any more question for the first presenter? Okay, let's go on to the second one by Prof. Mario. The paper title was Predictability Analysis of Stratus Affecting the Job Performance of Secondary School Teachers in Romblon, Philippines. Questions? Yes, please.
Um, I am particularly drawn to this study because I also teach as a secondary teacher. Here is just a clarification question to the presenter, Dr. Petalver. When you say insufficient policy, because one of your finding is one of your findings is insufficient policies to support changes. I would just like to clarify, when you say insufficient policies, are you referring to lack of policies altogether, or unclear policies, or policies that exist but are poorly implemented?
Prof. Mario, are you online to answer the question? Oh, yeah, okay, yes, yes, it was recorded. So we move on? Yes. Is he online? Yeah, perhaps you can contact him later to ask your question.
Yeah, thank you very
Yes,
much.
so sorry about that.
That's
All
okay.
right, yeah, thank you. Okay, let's move on to the next presenter, Lisa. Her paper was facilitating synergy in establishing a Caritas demo farm for youth servant leadership and education program for agri scholars. Okay, any question from the floor? It is a physical.
I think there's the question from the panel.
Hello. Actually, I'm not from this area of expertise, but just out of curiosity, I want to know that I can see that this is related to farming and agriculture. Is that so?
Yes, thank you for that question, sir. This is actually an assessment.
Assessment.
Yes, an assessment on how we could help our students to sustain their education while they are enrolled in Central Philippine State University. So the outcome of this is scholarship program, and then we are into providing them a chance and an opportunity to have that demo farm for them. This is actually, sir, for our agricultural students.
Right. So
Yeah.
actually, my question is that, out of curiosity, actually, that is what kind of technology that you probably already have, or maybe you're thinking for a future to integrate in this field, let's say agriculture or farming. I think I can clear my
Yes.
question,
Okay.
right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I give an example. Let's say uh, there's a term called smart farming or
Yes,
smart
sir.
agriculture.
And being an agricultural school, it
Yes.
is our expertise to share to the technology to our farmers and to students as well, because we are offering agricultural courses.
Okay, so you're adopting that technology.
Yes,
Very
sir.
sure. Okay, that was actually
Thank
my
you,
question.
sir.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay, moving on. It was a virtual presentation by Eric Perilla. From Campus to Career, a qualitative exploration of graduate employability and workforce readiness in Ilocos Norte. Any question? It was a virtual presentation. Dr. Eric, are you online? Mute. Who should we? Hi, Prof. Eric. Okay, then we'll move to the fifth presenter, Bella. She's here. From context to linguistics, understanding the concept of the Hiligaynon word palanga using Kawawito Jiro analytical framework.
I am now ready for the comments and constructive criticism on my study.
Okay, this one is also, it's out of my, area. However,
Out of curiosity.
curiosity, because the title is so interesting. So can you emphasize on the significance of this study that you are conducting?
Yeah, thank you
And
for
if possible, can you just highlight the implications, maybe practical implications? Thank you.
okay, thank you for that question, sir. Actually, Hiligaynon is a dialect that we use in our locality. Yeah. The word palangga is our endearment when we call someone a member of the family or a loved one. And as a language professor and at the same time an advocate of preserving our culture, I have noticed that some of our practices, some of our values, including our languages created by our uh, ancestors, are some of them are already dying. No, and as part of my study and being a language professor, I think it is also one of my responsibilities to preserve that kind of culture we have, since a lot of interventions, especially in the young generation nowadays, they don't know exactly that some of our dialects, that word or terminologies that we use are existing. No? And since we are also influenced by a Western culture, some of them, most of them are really dying. No? Young generation doesn't know really that it is still existing nowadays. Actually, it plays a big role in preserving our culture, being a Filipino, being an Ilonggo. No? The people, we call it Ilonggo, and the language, we call it Hiligaynon. No? And in the Visayas, I'm sorry to tell Ma'am Cheryl, but actually they branded or they called Ilonggo as the sexiest language of the region. Yeah. If we have Italian as our sexiest language in the world, we also have our Hiligaynon as a sexiest language in the Philippines. Because Ilonggo, when we get angry, we still have a very soft and sweet gestures in delivering that kind of emotions. So I hope that I do satisfy your question, sir. And yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Just a curiosity, like you, sir. Um, how does the syntactic placement of palanga word affect sentence structure in the languages where it is used?
Actually, ma'am, the focus of my study is more on the social linguistics and the psycholinguistic aspects, but we're trying to work for it. No? I know for me, I don't know, I find it simple. Actually, Dr. Pacheco encouraged me to submit that kind of paper because I wasn't confident enough that it will be accepted. But since it is, I do believe that I could use it also in teaching language subjects, especially that I am now handling. At least I have two. But along the way, since that our curriculum lately, no, we don't really focus on the language aspects of the English language or in linguistics. No, it's more on the content and the contextual component of our curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you for your answers. Okay, the remainder four speakers are done virtually. So perhaps I will call their name. If they are online, then we can proceed with the Q&A. Otherwise, we'll move to the next. Okay, moving on. It was Shalane Gay Elaine Fabregas who presented. Her title was Evaluative Analysis of Children under the Early Childhood Care and Development Program. Shalane, are you online to take any questions?
Good morning, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I'm online.
Okay, thank you so much for your reply. So we will proceed with the question from the floor. Anyone?
When I say any questions,
Um, Thank you, Dr. Charlene, for your presentation. I noticed that you have presented some data, I think based on some, let's say, authoritative or something, the classification of parenting. Is that so? This 74% of parents are authoritative or something. Is it the presentation that you presented, if I'm not mistaken?
It's on the domains, sir. Mine is on the performance of the children in the ECCD centers.
Yes, yes. I mean, you talked about the bullying part, right? Is that the presentation that you showed, I guess?
That is actually mine, sir.
Okay.
Kigaw.
Okay, I'm sorry for that. But any case, the data that you have presented, an analyst, uh, the question is it based on the, let's say, the sample you have taken? It's from the urban area or rural area. Did you do anything classification like that way, or it's just? Uh, I'm just a little interested there actually. The
So
targeted group, yeah, the targeted group that you did is the rural area or the urban area. Is there any classification of that in your paper?
actually, St. Paul University is located in the city of Tuguegarao, so it's
Okay.
a kind of urban area
Urban
here.
area. Okay.
Okay, if that is the case, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
I think what Dr. Kaiser was trying to say is, for example, if you have taken a place, urban area, does it really represent the entire Philippines? Because there was no unit of analysis and there was a little bit of flaws of methodological part. So that's why, from our perspective, this might not be a finding that can be generalized in terms of Philippines. I understand maybe this is the way studying the paper. This is still an infant stage, I would say. So maybe you can take note for further maturity. You need to have more areas you need to include to generalize in terms of Philippines perspective.
I think her studies scopes and the limitation is within Tuguegarao City only. So it's not really generally throughout the Philippines.
Yes, sir.
It's
That's
okay.
actually
I
the
would say you
limitation.
can do multi-stage sampling if you would like to do so. Multi-stage sampling might be a better option, even though you are claiming this is for a city, right? Anyways, without further ado, maybe we can move on to the next questions. Anything on this?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's move forward. Dr. Jenny Kuya, primary caregivers involvement in the early childhood care and development program. Hi, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am.
Okay, good morning. All right, so let's hear from the floor. Any question for Jenny?
Hello, Miss Jenny. Hello, am I
Hello,
audible?
sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So, can you emphasize on the problem statement of this research that you were doing? So, what was your reason, motivation behind doing this research on primary caregivers' involvement in the early childhood care and development program?
Sir, I want to identify the extent of involvement of parents in the ECCD program. In this way, we can suggest ways how to help them and how to empower them not only to be an active participants of the program, but to help develop the potential of their children when at home, since parents are the first teachers of the pupils.
Okay, I got your point from the perspective you're telling. But as a researcher or as an academician, it's very important that There must be certain reason or motivation behind your research, not only that you feel, because in research everything should be backed by references, right?
Yes, sir.
So maybe you do have some statistics that shows that the need of these caregivers in the early stage, or if you have any global data that shows that it is an important aspect which are not available in developing countries. So
Yes, sir.
I suggest to strengthen your uh, the problem statement that you have written in your paper. It should be more strength. And my suggestion I also give to my students that you should use statistics, maybe any parameters to prove your problem, other
Noted,
than
sir.
other than just writing the statement. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, let's move on. The next one is Sylvia Lee Ikari Kuiguo. Her title was Parenting Styles and Attachment Patterns, Understanding Psychosocial Factors in Bullying Among Students at St. Paul University, Philippines.
Okay, I'm done a while back. I don't
Oh,
know if that's what already the the questions they have already
oh, okay, I'm so sorry.
asked.
Okay, and the last one is Beverly Gay Cambry, unveiling the Bandura's theory on self-efficacy, listening to the voice of the married students. Beverly, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, thank
Hello.
you. Hello. Okay. All
Good
right. So
afternoon.
good afternoon. All right. So any question for Beverly?
Yeah, my first question to the presenter: why married students? Is the sample here?
Okay. Thank you, sir. So the reason why I would like to actually why I explored married students, because personally I am an associate professor in Isabela State University. So I personally witnessed how my students who are married, no, how the challenges these married students face in balancing their academic responsibilities as well as their family life. So seeing how some students successfully manage both while others struggle made me curious as to what are the factors that influence their academic performance, particularly in terms of their self-efficacy or their belief in how to do, or in their belief in their capacity or ability to do tasks successfully.
Okay, do you have any statistics on that?
Um, with
Because
regard to the
uh,
number of married students, sir,
yeah,
well,
so
actually,
I want to complete my question just a bit. So do you have any statistics on that? And when you are telling that married students, are you referring to undergrad, postgrad? Uh,
well, I'm actually referring to college students who are
College.
married.
Okay. Is it male or female?
Both, sir. So either they're male or female, as long as they're married in church or they're civilly married.
So is there any percentage that, what is the percentage of these married students?
Um, well, actually, sir, with regard to the percentage, no, what I did was what I did is to ask the help and assistance of the guidance counselors of these four particular universities in Tuguegarao City, Philippines. So what they only gave me was the names of these students, but with regard to the statistics, I actually have no idea. I only got 77%, which is actually the total of all the married students that I had in these four universities in Tuguegarao City.
Okay. So from here, what is my suggestion? In order to, when you have already written about married students, it's already lucrative. But in order to prove that it is lucrative, you need to have some data that, because if it is only 1% of total 100%, actually it has no implications. So when we are looking for research, we must have some theoretical implications as well as some practical implications. So, so I think you got my point. Did you get my point?
Yes, sir. Noted, sir. Well, that's actually part of the scope and the limitation of my study, sir. What I only the only participants of my study came from these four particular universities in Tuguegarao. But nevertheless, based on the results, I guess somehow self-efficacy had an impact or correlates academic performance.
Okay. So what statistical method you used?
I actually used Pearson R for the correlational study, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
There's one more question.
Yes, I'm also curious, ma'am, since actually to contextualize the question, in the Philippines, again also in the rest of the perhaps the universities, you are not allowed to uh, actually disclose the names of the students with because they classify under the vulnerable sector. I was wondering if you have categorized them, if it will be more contextualized if you have segregated those under the Solo Parent Act, because we have a statute on that. Have you included it in the study, whether these are under this vulnerable area? And how did you come up on the ethical consideration, since the guidance counselor by the oath are not allowed to disclose any of these names? I was just curious how this
Okay,
ethical thing happened. In
thank you
terms of
so much po.
PREB, now we have also a statute on the PREB on the how do you call this? This is an act on the ethical consideration for human participants, specifically on the vulnerable sector.
Okay. So before participation, ma'am, this is how I actually considered the ethical considerations in my study. Before their participation, all respondents were actually given an informed consent that explained the study's purpose, their voluntary participation in the study, and their right to withdraw anytime they want. And I actually let them sign the form before answering the questionnaire or participating in the interview. And aside from that, actually all responses were kept anonymous. With actually, when I made the research, there was no personal identified information recorded, and the data that I collected were secured and stored, and actually they were kept all confidential.
Yeah, because I did also a study, but not on the parents. The mere getting email address, not the name, will already go to the legal office of the university. So I was wondering how was the rigidity of that you have undergone, and it's impressive that you were able to get the name before the, I don't know if it's a snowball technique or whatever, the follow up with, ma'am.
I think did you use snowball technique, just like when one participant you interviewed, even, or just a bump to one participant, you ask if she's married or not unless you ask a consent, right, or even the guidance office. Is did you use even snowball technique or purposive sampling?
It's actually purposive sampling, ma'am.
Okay. Right. For any research, because we didn't raise this issue of ethics. Because in Malaysia, what we do, we follow research ethics from an institutional perspective. And of course, there are some codes, right? We need to follow personal coding and other things, uh, non-collective, environmental, many things are there. That's why we didn't raise this. And we would like to believe you also follow that and you have the code of conducts of research ethics, right? I can
Yes,
guess.
sir.
Number two, you see snowball sampling and purposive sampling or judgmental sampling, they are different things. Even though they are non-probability sampling, but snowball sampling is the referral basis, right? In short. But if you say purposive sampling, something like judgmental sampling, some books they say same, some books they use similar. Purposive sampling, maybe there is a word, is very interesting word called expertise, right? So I believe we have followed that. So anyways, I think we are satisfied with your research. Such a good job that you have done. Thanks, Associate Professor Dr. Beverly. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so we have come to the end of the Q&A session. So we are very glad that this has been a good interactive presentations with many questions asked, okay, by the participants here, and we have exchanged challenging ideas. Sorry. Oh, okay.
Sorry to interrupt you. Let's
problem.
entertain the question coming from our online attendees. We have question from Teacher Bets. The question is, when you say insufficient policies, are you referring to a lack of policies altogether, unclear policies, or policies that exist but are poorly implemented? And which specific areas of school operations or reforms are most affected by the lack of insufficient policies? May we ask to whom your question is? Which presenter, which number? Professor Fitalver. Is he online, sir? If you are there, kindly unmute your microphone. If not, then we will proceed to the next question. Next question, please. From Rachel Robes for the clarification on the second presentation. Insufficient policies there in the indicator refers to the lack of clear guidelines to manage challenges or transition. The same. Okay, the question a while ago is answered. Next, please. Okay. I think that's all. We already entertained the questions, and I think that's not a question; it's a clarification for your question, sir. All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Chong. Go ahead. Thank
No
you.
worries. Okay, so thank you everyone that participated in this question and answer session. So we have come to the end for session one. I believe we had a very good interactive session. Okay, thank you everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chong, for facilitating our session one. And before I proceed to the presentation of awarding and certificate of participation, we will now be moving on the presentation of our guest speaker. And allow me to introduce our guest speaker. He received his Bachelor of Science in Electrical and Electronic Engineering from Khulna University of Engineering and Technology, Bangladesh in 2013, and his Master of Science in Electronic Engineering from IIUM, Malaysia in 2019. He completed his PhD in Electrical Engineering at University Malaya, Malaysia in 2024, supported by the Malaysian International Scholarship. Currently a lecturer at University of Malaya, and he previously worked as a power engineer at Huawei Technologies Bangladesh Limited. He has published extensively in top-tier journals and conferences, earning Best Paper awards. His research focuses on applied electromagnetics antennas, microwave components, RFID, RF electronics, and transdisciplinary studies, and he reviews for prestigious IEE journals. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to Dr. S.M. Kaiser Azam, lecturer from the Department of Electronic Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, University, Malaysia. A round of applause, please.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. I can't remember the exact word in Philippine, good afternoon. I think it's magadang hapon po. Is that so, yeah? Yeah. So yeah, I'm not gonna take a long time, I guess, longer time because we're just before the lunch and our already stomach are giving us signals that we need some foods. So, sorry, what? Okay. All right. So can I have my presentation slide here? It'll be easier for me to give the talk. By the way, that's not my slide, by the way. I didn't put it. Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. All right, so I named it because I'm from a different background than most of you are sitting here. Because I'm from the AI innovation technology, mostly from emerging technology side. So what I try to, mostly when we talk to an engineer or technical person, then he sounds like robot or maybe a mechanic guy person. He doesn't use the terminologies, words that doesn't sound human. So I'll try my best to speak like a human to you. So I named my talk as the Beyond Connectivity, and what I mean by that I'll explain later. Shaping a smart life with antenna. So you see that this mic is not operating sometimes good. It loses sometimes the signal. It's wirelessly connected. So right now we are attending a conference here, like a kind of summit, which is even in hybrid mode. People are overseas, they're still attending, and we are here, we're also attending. This wouldn't have been possible. We couldn't even imagine maybe 10 years back. Like how could this be possible, right? So all of this connectivity based on one device in engineering that is called antenna. And I think we all have some sort of idea about antenna, what it is. In our television, maybe in our rooftop, we see it. So antennas are a lot of types. But nowadays, you see your mobile phone, maybe a smartwatch can even detect your heart rate and many things. So antennas are not just within the domain of connectivity. It's beyond that. So my purpose here is to a little bit of give you a glimpse about that idea. It is beyond connectivity. So my name is Kaiser. I'm from Electrical Engineering Department of University of Malaya here. Can we move forward? Yeah. Thank you. So these are just the contents. I'm going to skip it. Okay. All right. So you remember when, especially those who are 90s kids here, maybe during the year of 2000 or 1998 or something around, before the millennium, we used to have mobile phones that have huge in size, like maybe even longer than this one, and had antennas on top of it. Now, that was the only for voice calling. Wireless things like voice calling. That's called the generation 1. We call 1G. So with the evolution of this technology, telecommunication technology, right now, we are currently here of the 5G that many of you already talked about, the IoT, Internet of Things, Internet of a lot of things. Even people call Internet of Plants, meaning the trees have their identities and all the other stuffs. So we are thinking even beyond that, not just 5G, maybe 6G and 7G coming ahead. And we are already doing some of the research of it. So what is the basis of it, all of it? How we can add more features on these technologies? That is the fundamental component, is the antenna. Now, we talk about that the current technology that we have, let's say this is one circle, all the current technologies that we are using, there's an intersection between the IoT applications, Internet of Things. And there's another intersection with the current antenna technology, because antenna, our smartwatch has antenna, and we also have satellite dish antenna. We're not carrying that big one on our back and yeah, going back along like that way, right? So antennas have different technologies. So there's a small intercept in the very right in the middle. You can see this is where our focus is, that how diversely we can use the antenna technology for different sort of benefits in our smartification of life. So if we talk about I'm not going to discuss this because this is robotic terms, not human terms, but these are some of the basic parameters that antenna can be manipulated to use it in any sort of smart application. So we as engineers or from expert in engineering background, we play with these parameters and to align the antenna application for our desired things. So you can see from our individual life to the collective life, wherever we are using right now, we have so many features than our grandfathers and fathers. Right now we have smart clothes, smart socks, smart shoes, so many things. We are trying to be smarter and smarter using all these smart technologies. And we also have the smart community, let's say smart city, even smart, let's say we call it smart reality, augmented reality, everything. What's the basis? As I said, the antenna. Now, you see the smart life and antenna sensors. So antenna is no longer been limited to antenna. It's been being as a sensor device. So this is an interesting picture. You see, currently, we all know Cristiano Ronaldo, I guess, right? Cristiano Ronaldo. By the way, I'm not a fan of it, so Messi fan, don't be judgmental to me. So Cristiano Ronaldo, his biomechanical activities being monitored, let's say, I think 6 or 7 years back, using some small sensors and ports on all over his body. And that was basically the idea of smart garments. So you can see all the clothes that we wear. It all can be applied as something sensing device. Let's say you have a pain inside your body. And we want to know that where exactly the pain and what is the reason. So we can monitor it. We can identify the cause without even hurting you, without even a single drop of bloodshed. That's possible because of this technology, the smart antenna sensor technology. So how it happens? It's not smart enough. All right. Yeah, so yeah. Now you see that the application areas are like the medical applications. Let's say currently, let's say diabetic detection. What is your diabetic level right now? My parents both are diabetic patients. So every 2-3 days, we perforate their fingers, take a drop of blood, and it's really hurting. It's not so easy thing to do. I mean, it's sort of painful. We want to erase that pain. How it's possible? This sensor technology. That's a medical thing. Another thing, you have sports, as I said, Cristiano Ronaldo or any favorite player that you name them. Then the fashion. Let's say I made a kind of cloth, it doesn't look so fashionable. I can see people all of you come here wearing good clothes. So we want to look better, right? Not just because of technologically we're advanced. It doesn't make that sense that I wear something technologically advanced, but I look like maybe Robocop or Iron Man. Doesn't look good, right? So we also need to take a look at the aesthetic value as well. So the fashion thing is also an important thing. The military application. You see the cap. A cap is worn by a military person. He is giving his position, his geographic position, to his base camp, just using the cap. So this is another technology we can apply here using this antenna sensor technology. So all of the stuffs are like the domain of application areas for smart garments. Now, this is an interesting thing. Now, in modern times, especially in our generation, most of the females, women, they are suffering from cancer, especially the breast cancer problem. So initially, they have a small tumor inside, and slowly it gets larger, and it becomes a source of cancer. So if we can early detect the cancer cell, meaning the small, then it's possible to avoid I should say the unwanted or unexpected death rate. So what currently the method that the doctors are using, the biomedical engineers are using, it's a little bit of painful and invasive. So to avoid that, we use this smart garment technology like a medical undergarment to, this is the wave that are going is the electromagnetic wave to detect the exact location of the tumor and detect the stage of the tumor. Is it at the early stage or not? Something like that. That's another branch of area. It's called biomedical application. So I think I need someone's help. All right. Notice that I have questioned someone, the agriculture. Someone did a research of agriculture farming. So that's actually my interest reason. It's called the smart agriculture. We know that Industry 4.0, but there's a new idea that's agriculture 4.0. We are using this technology, antenna sensor technology, and let's say you planted a tree, or you planted any corpse that you have on your field. And that plant, specific plant, will notify your text that I'm lacking water. Give me some water. So that's called Internet of Plants, IOP. You know IoT? This is IOP. So the basis of this technology is the antenna sensor. So I'm not going to describe all of it, but let's say you want to drop some water. You want to water your plants. So you text your drone, and the drone automatically goes and drops some water, like artificial rain, on your specific zone of, the plant. So that's the idea of smart agriculture based on antenna sensors. Now, yeah. Okay, now this is another thing. You see a big explosion on your, that's corner side. Sometimes what happens, a small sort of short circuit happens in the high voltage thing, all the power, transformer, all the other stuffs, and there's a big explosion. Many people die. In fact, in Malaysia, there are on an average, 52 people died in every year. It's because of this explosion, unwanted explosion. So there's a way to detect it. You can see an engineer is facing something towards that transformer. So you can detect that whether there's a possibility of that explosion or not. That's also done by this technology. Now, okay, so if you can summarize all this stuff that I already explained, I'm gonna repeat it. These are the recent trends of all the application area of antenna sensors. Now, the question is, what contribution in this field, or what is our contribution in this field? Our means my team. So we are at university. We have been doing, this is the recent 3 years project work that I'm giving you a sneak peek. That's one of the application area that we're dealing with right now, is the high voltage insulation fault detection, meaning the explosion that happens, we detect it early so that no damage happens, and maintenance team will go and do the maintenance stuff, and they save someone's life at least. So that's one of the research area that's design product on that side, UHF sensor prototype you see. So it's a high voltage site we artificially made and did the experiment successfully and detected that unwanted explosion at the early stage to avoid the major accidents. And these are the two different things, although there's an intercept: biomedical sensing and imaging, and healthcare rehabilitation. So what happens, I give you a long story short. On that side, you see a flexible sensor, which can be used as your garment sticker. So that one wirelessly takes power. Let's say there's Wi-Fi in this room. So that small sticker will take power from the Wi-Fi signal, and it will operate by that power. So you don't need to plug in your smart garment. It'll automatically take power from all around. So that's one of our prototype device. And you can see that guy wearing that one on his behind. So that's one of our research, energy harvesting we call it. Another is, this is a flexible antenna sensor for breast cancer detection. So we did it over a human body, and also on the chicken. It's like an implantable sensor within chicken flesh. So that's three of the that we have done recently successfully. And the publication that we did is some high impact journal publication based on these three projects in the last 3 years. So that's the thing we have done so far, and we have still some ongoing projects and some projects in the future. So I hope can relate this in a human perspective, but if you have any question, I'd really welcome. Thank you very much. Anyone have any question? I'll welcome it. Otherwise, we straight away go for lunch. I can see one. I'll give the worst one to you. But good idea.
Thank you very much, sir, for that very wonderful,
Okay.
interesting presentation on sensors. It has wide applicability, especially nowadays that we are in the Industry 4.0, as well as we are embracing AI, as well as other applications, just like presented agriculture. But I'm just what caught my attention is that, and a question in my mind is that what kind of signal or energy does that sensor that you have presented a while back is emitting? Does it emit frequency or what type of energy does it draw?
Okay, for a layman understanding, I'm giving you an example. Let's say after the end of any, what do you call it, the presentation, everyone claps, right?
Yeah.
So how do you know that someone is clapping? Either you see that two hands
It's a
meet
sound
each
energy.
other.
Yeah,
So
sound
that's
energy.
an optical visual thing that you know. One signal, one type of signal.
Yeah.
Another is like you hear the sound. Another type of signal. These are the forms of signal. So another different form is called electromagnetic wave. Electromagnetic wave.
Yeah, okay.
So this technology is grounded on that wave.
It's different from frequency.
There's frequency, of course, in it.
Yeah.
But that frequency is not the same frequency of, let's say, the audio frequency.
Yeah.
Or maybe the visual frequency. So all are the frequencies, but not for the same signal, different type of signal.
What kind of signal is that?
Yeah.
It's the electromagnetic.
Electromagnetic. We can't see it.
Okay. Because I noticed also on the presentation a while ago, you have presented there part of that circuit is a UHF.
Yes,
UHF.
ultra high frequency.
Is
Yes.
it a generator?
It's kind of a range of frequency. That's called ultra high frequency.
That's the reason why I'm asking, because I want to, as a follow-up question, is that what would be the advantage and disadvantage of this kind of technology, wherein we are now having broadband and just like the technology in the technology,
Space, maybe, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
broadband through satellite.
Yes.
Yeah.
All have
And-
different frequency range.
Okay.
Yeah. All have different frequency range.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much
Very
for
good.
a nice question. Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome. Uh-huh.
I will like to have a question.
Sure,
first.
sure.
What is the application of these devices?
Application of these
Yeah.
devices.
Real life application.
Real life application is the one you're using, you and I. That's one of the applications. That's wireless.
Okay.
Making
got
things
it.
wireless. That's the
No, you
idea.
are harnessing power from EMF, correct?
Yes. That's
So,
another.
to activate what device?
To activate the devices where you can't go directly and reach and like a plug things. Let's say a pacemaker within someone's body. You can't have a big plug and, hey, open your mouth. Oh, you can't do that. So what we do, we have to energize the device. So that's the electromagnetic wave is all around. It's penetrate through the body, and that device gets the energy from there.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
Then if you are saying if you want to charge a pacemaker, you can do by that.
Yes.
Okay. So is there any working frequency range on this?
Yes, sure.
Because every oscillation of EMF have some different range.
Yes, sure.
And that range is reception and transmission range.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So both dependent.
Yes,
So,
like
so what is the range of that?
The both thing happens at the same frequency, like the transmission and reception. It happens in the same frequency.
You are talking about the band.
I'm not talking about the band yet. I'll come to the band.
Okay.
First thing is anything transmitted and being recepted happens in the same frequency.
Correct.
Otherwise, they can't transmit and receive. You get it? Let's say if you speak to me in Hebrew language, I can't because that's a different thing. In the same way, the frequency should be matched. Now, the band you talk about, there's a range of frequency. Let's say from here until here. Frequency number one, frequency number two. In between all the frequencies are the bandwidth.
Correct.
So the energizing devices mostly work on the telecommunication signal that we have, mobile phone signals, and also Wi-Fi signals. So 2.4 gigahertz, maybe also 5.8 gigahertz, also 1.8 gigahertz. These are all our communication bands,
Okay.
which are always available in ambient conditions. Yeah.
Okay. So you are saying you can use any band?
Any communication band.
Communication
Yeah.
band. Okay. Which is free available apart from the research and what you say, defense.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
So one thing is this key, you are getting one band
Mhm.
and working in a particular direction.
Mhm.
Okay. So what is the maximum charge it can attain from any of the wireless, from any of the EMF?
You mean maximum energy that
Yes,
someone can
yes,
receive
yes.
for these devices?
Yes.
There's a federation called FCC.
Okay.
That's in America. So they set a regulation. So
Okay.
it depends on what exact application you're referring to. If it's a biomedical, the power level is set into something.
No,
If
I'm
it's-
not saying that. What is the implication? I'm not asking that.
Okay.
What it can attain?
That's what I'm saying. That let's say I send a power and you receive a power. Let's say the strength of my voice is higher here than over there because something is like already decayed throughout the distance. So the EM wave has the similar thing. When it goes, it dissipates, it loses energy until it reaches the point, the receiver. So the received power is there's a limit set by FCC that it can't be higher than that. If it's higher than that, it's bad for human like organs inside. So that's set by the FCC regulations. Yeah.
Okay. Means you don't have a specific on this. This is just through the guidelines what you can
It's
attain.
like the maximum is fixed. But
that is what actually I am
yes,
asking.
maximum is fixed. But if it depends on how much power is the how much Wi-Fi signal you have.
What the device is getting.
Yes, yes,
No,
yes,
no.
yes.
I'm asking what is the maximum power it can
Okay,
get.
that's called a unit called dBm.
Okay.
So that's 0 dBm. 0 means it's nothing, no. It's equivalent to
Okay.
some watts, like a microwatts.
Okay, okay.
If you convert a dBm to microwatt, you'll get like around, I think, 60 dBm, something like it.
Okay.
0 dBm until minus 120 dBm. That's the limit in
Okay.
between. Yeah.
So I hope I have many, but I should connect you directly because
I feel like you are closer to me.
the
at
rest
least.
of them are.
I can answer something. At least I can answer someone.
No, you. Actually, genuinely, I have many questions, so
Okay.
I will post you on a
Sure,
different
sure.
platform because
Even
I
we
am
can
looking
have
to
it
the
during
faces and
lunchtime,
they are
yeah.
looking to the watches.
So I have just a question. I think hopefully the last question of this session.
All right.
So as this conference is more about education, technology, and so how these sensors or antennas can be utilized in education?
Oh my God, that's a very expected question. I was that day invigilating in an exam hall, and they give us at University of Malaya attendance slip, and you have to manually do the task. It's so boring and so like taking time, long time. I was thinking kind of device sensor when the exam paper is already given, and they have a kind of identification code, and it's automatically detected by the reader that we have a kind of device called reader, and no need to do that manually. Yeah, that's one of the applications, like the e-attendance system, or the students already entered, even their position. Are they paying attention to the teacher or not? Even that's possible to detect using this technology. Are they feeling sleepy or yawning? Everything is possible. Yes, yes, sure. And I think Japan has already implemented that technology at some schools, Japan, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Luckily, I want to share the experience of Taylor University yesterday. We do have the convocation. So basically, we don't have a list and the presenter to announce that this person is coming. So what they do when they come, they use there is a
Fingerprint?
digital clock.
Okay.
They just touch and their name is pronounced.
Yes, yes, yes.
So now actually the technology is taking over.
Yes, yes,
And
exactly.
someday they will be saying that they require no teachers.
We hope that will not happen.
Yeah, yeah.
Because human, I truly believe from an
Yeah.
background man, that I truly believe human abilities can be
replaced.
It's
Can-
irreplaceable. Yeah.
Yeah, obviously. Because you cannot have that human touch,
Yes, yes.
empathy, and all those
Yes.
things. Yeah.
We
Thank-
should humanize the technology, I believe.
Yeah.
We are becoming dehumanized. We should be humanized.
Humanized.
Yeah.
Yeah, correct. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Azam. I'd like to give my comments also because I am not really into engineering and Internet of Things because my background is all about tourism and hospitality. But I love hearing all those lectures, and it's like I went to other dimension, but at the same time, it makes me excited and it's really interesting. Thank you so much. Without further ado, we will be awarding the certificate of presentation to our presenters for this session. But before, of course, we have to acknowledge our chair for this morning. And allow me to read the certificate recognition. In grateful acknowledgement and appreciation of her unwavering dedication and engagement as guest speaker during the second International Summit on Educational Management in Emerging Technology, leaving a lasting impact and inspiring all participants. Given this 23rd of February 2025 at Holiday Inn Express, Kuala Lumpur City Center, Malaysia. Signed by the Executive Director, Sushmita Priyadarsani, and the conference chair, Dr. S.M. Perduz Azam. Again, let's give a round of applause to our guest speaker, Chong Paul Ling. And may we invite Dr. Bijay and Dr. Perduz together with Engineer Darshan to award their certificate of recognition. And of course, the executive director of the Academia Research Private Limited, Sushmita Priyadarsani. The same certificate of recognition is given to Dr. Chong Puling as a session chair of our session 1. The same certificate of recognition is awarded to Associate Professor Cheryl Sharima R. Morales as a keynote speaker. Thank you so much, Associate Professor Sharif. And now we will be awarding the same certificate of recognition to Dr. S.M. Kaiser Assam as our guest speaker. Thank you so much, Dr. Azam. And now we will be awarding the certificate of presentation to our on-site attendee, Allow me to read the citation. This certificate appreciates for your active participation and insightful research presentation during the second International Summit on Educational Management and Emerging Technology. This certificate of presentation is awarded to Randolph Navasca of Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University, Philippines. Thank you so much. Another certificate of presentation is awarded to Lysel L. Pacheco. Thank you so much. And the same certificate of presentation is awarded to Bella D. Sopi from the Central Philippines State University. Thank you so much to our on-site presenters, and we will be presenting also the certificate of presentation for virtual presenters. Moving on, we will now be awarding the best paper and best presenter for our session one. I know you're very excited about this. And the best paper for this session is all right. The best paper is Miss Sylvia Lay Ikari Kigao for the topic Parenting Styles and Attachment Patterns, Understanding Psychosocial Factors and Bullying Among Students at St. Paul University, Philippines. I believe
Thank
Miss
you very
Sylvia.
much.
Wow, congratulations, Miss Sylvia. And for our best presenter, is our best presenter is Randolph I. Navasca for the topic Technology and Livelihood Education in Northern Philippines, a comprehensive case study of Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University. Congratulations, sir. The certificate will be sent via email. Congratulations to our awardees. And before we proceed to our lunch, let's have a group picture. May I invite everyone to come here in front for our group photo. Thank you so much. Hello. May we request our online attendees and presenters to open your camera for photo opportunity. Yeah, thank you so much. All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much to our virtual participants and attendees. We really appreciate your support and time. Our lunchtime is within 45 minutes. We will resume our session by 2:15 p.m. Thank you. Mic test. Good afternoon again to all our on-site attendees and of course to our virtual attendees. Good afternoon from Kuala Lumpur. We are now continue our conference. So we will begin in 5 minutes. So please, those participants online or presenters online, kindly inform us if you wanna present virtually or we're gonna play your pre-recorded video, but make sure that you have allotted 7 minutes of presentation. Kindly stick on our allotted time so we can accommodate all of the presenters for this afternoon. Once again, good afternoon, and we're about to start our session for this afternoon. And allow me to introduce our keynote speaker. She is a dedicated sustainability activist and leader based in San Francisco with over 12 years of experience in driving sustainable development. As the former global sustainability director of a major food and meat company, she has built a strong reputation for advancing ESG aligned initiative or SGD aligned initiative. Her expertise spans raw materials quality control, environmental audits, procurement, business analytics, and sustainability strategy with a focus on emissions reduction, water management, and waste reduction. Holding a background in food technology and an MBA, she has further honed her skills through executive programs at Yale and Escape. Passionate about sustainability, she looks forward to inspiring action at the second International Summit on Educational Management and Emerging Technology. Our keynote speaker for the topic Future Foods, Leveraging AI for Innovation and Sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome virtually and give a round of applause to Miss Ellen Ko. A round of applause, please. Hi, Miss Ellen. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Joy, for the introductions. Hi, everyone. My name is Eileen. Yeah, thank you, Academia Research Lab, for your invitations. I'm very humble and delighted to be here to become one of the keynote speakers for this second International Summit on Education and Emerging Technology in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Yeah, this is the second day of the summit, and I believe that you have a very fruitful and wonderful discussions. I wish I could attend this summit physically, but unfortunately, I'm currently on my business trip in United States. And the best part is I could share with you more of some my discovery here during my business trip in related to the topic today, future food leveraging AI for innovation and sustainability from the food industry perspective. So again, a very quick introductions about myself. I'm a sustainability activist dedicated to advocating for environmentally responsible practices and mobilizing for climate justice. I have more than a decade of working experience in food industry in specific. I believe in taking action to combat climate change, promote renewable energy, reduce waste, and foster a more sustainable living way for all. So I'm very passionate about sustainability and the future for our food system. And I believe that you are sailing in the same boat, and that's why you are here today. So in these sections, I would like to discuss how artificial intelligence can drive innovation and sustainability in food productions, addressing the pressing challenges we face as a global community, and provide you some industry practices for your reference. So one of the most frequent questions that we heard about is by 2050, we will need to feed nearly 10 billions of people. But our current food system are unsustainable, contributing significantly to the greenhouse gas emissions, deforestation, and biodiversity loss. Worst of all, about 1/3 of our food produced is wasted. So we need innovative solutions to tackle on all these challenges. So with all my experience in food industry, especially in food processing and agriculture, here I would like to show you the ropes of what I'm interested in the most, which is the role of AI applications in agriculture. Nowadays, AI is revolutionizing agriculture by enhancing productivity, sustainability, and efficiency. So its key role includes crop monitoring and health analysis. I'm glad that just now in the previous discussion, Dr. Azam have also called out a very interesting topic about agriculture 4.0. So I would say that that section is more from the technical perspective, and here I will share with you more on what are the industry practices that we are working on today. AI-powered system analyze data from drones, satellite, and IoT sensor to monitor the crop health, detect the diseases, and also predict the yield. We use machine learning model, this data to provide actionable insight, helping farmers to make informed decisions. And apart from that, AI is also helping in waste reductions. AI optimize resources usage, reduce the food spoilage, and minimize waste along the supply chain. Joe, yeah, I have sent the PowerPoint presentations. Is there any way that you can help me to share from your end my presentation slide? I'm sorry, I'm not aware that my presentation slide was not shared through. Just to keep everyone on the same page, yeah. So this is moving on to the slide, the role of AI in agriculture. Are we on the same page? The next, please. The next slide. Yeah, here we go. All right, so let me continue. Well, beside waste reductions, we also talk about precision agriculture in the industry today. AI is revolutionizing agriculture through precision farming techniques. By leveraging the data from sensor and satellite, AI can help farmers optimize water usage, predict the crop yield, and also reduce the chemical input, which leading to a sustainable practices. AI also integrates weather data, analyze the soil conditions, and historical year to optimize planting schedule, fertilizer application, and irrigation. So all in all, AI-driven innovations, it helps to reduce waste and pesticide use as well, which promote regenerative practices and improve land management. So in the next slide, I'm going to share with you and touch base on some case study to give you more vivid example on how AI works in the crops monitoring. Yes, this is the slide. There's a company called Taranis. Taranis is an agriculture intelligence and precision scouting company located in Westview in US. So this company, they use AI to detect early sign of pests by deploying the drone equipped with high resolution camera to capture the detailed image of crop from the above. We then analyze by machine learning algorithms to identify the patterns and anomalies indicates the presence of pests, disease, or nutrient deficiency. And this practices is actually allowing farmers to receive the real-time alerts and take targeted action before the infestations become severe and enabling a quick intervention. So in United States, we always face the problems from armyworms. It's kind of the pest for the planting. Fall armyworms is primarily a pest in southeastern United States, and these armyworms can cause significant damage to many crops, and the power of damage is as serious as it could vandalize a field within 24 hours if it's left untreated. So today, with AI system, it's been used across the US to improve soybeans and corn yield by identifying pests like armyworms before widespread damage occur. And beside that, there's a company called Blue River Technology. So this company, they developed an AI-based see and spray system that distinguish between crops and weeds. So this AI machinery is equipped with camera, processor, and a carbon fiber truss structure boost to detect the analysis. So AI machinery is well used in this technology today. It's applied herbicides only when needed, which help to reduce the chemical usage and the cost for the operations. So in brief, the machines use computer vision and artificial intelligence to detect, identify, and make decisions. And this is what we do in the industry today. So it is a shift from conventional broadcast spraying technology to precision spraying in agriculture. And you will be surprised in trial, this technology have shown up to 90% of herbicide saving, and which is a very significant result. And apart from what we are doing in US, in Brazil, Brazil supplies about a third of world coffee, making it by far the world largest producer. But with the downturns of water supply threatening the industry, there's a company called AgroSmart, a Brazil-based digital farming setup company. They created a platform combined the AI with IoT device for crop monitoring, focusing on water stress and weather predictions. So this is widely used in Brazil coffee and sugarcane industry to optimize the irrigations today. They also have technology that rely on soil sensor that are implanted into the ground, as well as drone and satellite image to collect information on soil type, microclimates of each field. And this harvested data is then placed into AgroSmart algorithms, providing recognition to the farmer through every step in their planting change, including the seed placement and sustainable practice guidance. So in the next slide, I will talk about AI also play a crucial role in reducing food waste. By analyzing the consumption pattern and optimizing supply chain, AI can help retailers minimize overstocking and spoilage issue. There's a very big hypermarket chain in United States named Walmart. Walmart is a retail corporation. They operate on hypermarket, grocery store, and the department store in United States and over 23 countries worldwide. So Walmart recently, they also have a project working with a company called Spoiler Alerts. The challenge that they are facing today, especially in the food chain, is food waste is a very significant issue, not only to the consumer, but also to the retailer. So Walmart sought to optimize inventory to reduce on this food spoilage. They partner with Spoiler Alerts, an AI-driven supply chain platform. They use the real-time data to predict the product demands, and they flag it up at-risk inventory and suggest markdown or redistributions before the food spoilage occur. So in physical, what they are doing is this company, they help to reduce the food waste by connecting supplier with buyer and ensure that the discounted products are sending to the necessary buyer or donated the products to the underserved community. So not a surprise, by working on this approach, it's actually helped to reduce the food waste 20% even in their pilot location. And significantly, it improved the profitability by better aligning on the supply with the demands. There's also another company, Appear Sciences. They have a challenge on the post-harvest food loss, especially for the perishable items like fruits and vegetables. So in an era where food waste is growing constant, Appeal Sciences have developed a game-changing solution, which they created an edible coatings that extend the shelf life of the fresh products. So the coating is made from a plant-derived material. This innovative coating is actually provide a barrier that will slow down the rates of water loss and oxidation for the fruits and vegetables. So usually these are the two primary factors that will cause the food spoilage. So by adding this a layer of protections, this edible coating actually keep the fruits and vegetables fresher for longer, which reducing the food waste at the consumer side as well as at the retail level. And with this approach, it's actually cutting down the needs for harmful chemical or excess packaging, which requires in the retail market. So how AI integrates into this innovation? Appeals use AI to model and predicts the spoilage patterns of the fruits and vegetables. And this data actually provide extensive support to the development of this plant-based coating system. And this significantly reduce the food waste, especially in avocado, lemons, oranges across US and European retailer. And another benefits that extended the freshness is also provide better access of healthy food to the underserved regions. So I would say that this technology also represent a major step forward in sustainable food productions. And next slide, I would like to talk about another area where AI is also making a significant impact in the development of alternative proteins. Have you ever heard about lab-grown meats? Maybe it's something new to you or maybe not, but we also heard about plant-based product for years, right? So lab-grown meat and plant-based options are gaining popularity as sustainable food sources. AI help in formulating these products to ensure they meet the taste and the nutritional standards, making them more appealing to customers today. So the role of AI is very crucial, especially in accelerating the development of this alternative proteins item, addressing the global challenges such as the climate change, resource scarcity, and food insecurity problem. So here I would like to share with you how AI is transforming in this field. The application of AI in alternate protein developments include optimizations of cell culture for lab-grown meats. So AI model the analyze and optimize cell culture condition. Example, the nutrient level, the temperature, the pH to increase the yield and reduce on the production cost. And the machine learning identify the most efficient growth factor and the media compositions to accelerate the R&D cycle. In the past, the R&D cycle may be a very time-consuming part for operations, and with this AI application coming to pictures, it's indeed provide a lot of benefits to the industry. And the second part is ingredients discovery. For these plant-based protein products, AI scan the database of proteins or plant proteins to identify what are the combinations that will mimic the texture, the taste, and the nutrition profile of the animal products. And the advanced flavor analysis tool powered by AI enhance the sensory experience and actually making the plant-based product more appealing. And also a very important part on the analysis, AI evaluates the environmental impact of the production methods, helping companies to adopt the sustainable practices. And by modeling supply chain, AI actually reduces the energy use, the water consumptions, as well as the greenhouse gas emissions. And most important part, AI actually tailor alternative protein formulation to meet the specific dietary needs, improve on the health outcome, and also increase the customer satisfactions. So I would like to call out also a few case study for some company. For instance, like It Just is a company, they're doing AI for lab-grown meat productions. So what they are using is they utilize the machine learning to optimize the bioreactor environment for growing chicken cell. So AI algorithms predict how cell will behave under different conditions, which I say that one of the important part to increase the operation efficiency is speeding up on the R&D, research and development parts. So the impact from this project is actually reduce the reliance on animal farming and cutting down on the greenhouse gas emissions and the lab use. The lab-grown chicken debuted in Singapore actually showcased scalability for global market as well. And there's another company called Notcom. It's an AI-driven plant-based protein company that develops an AI platform that analyzes thousands of plants-based ingredients to replicate the taste and texture of animal products like milk, burgers, and ice creams. So they use the big data to predict the optimal ingredient combinations, products that have achieved the global distribution and which helping to reduce the livestock or farming impact. Also, there's a company called Perfect Day. They're creating the animal-free dairy products. They use the AI to optimize the microbial strains and the fermentation process, making the products lightweight without cow. There's a significant reductions show that in saving in their water usage up to 99% and the greenhouse gas emissions compared to the traditional farming methods. So there are lots of approach that been adopted in the industry today by using AI to come up with the alternative proteins products. Well, going to the next slide. When we talk about the potential of AI is tremendous, but we also must consider what are the challenges that we're having today. So issue like data privacy, accessibility for small farmer, and the potential for increased inequality must be addressed to ensure that AI benefit for all stakeholders in the food system. And one of the concerns that we always talk about today in sustainability is about greenwashing. So we have to be very mindful when we adopted certain technology into the food system, making sure that it is compliant to the standards and the regulations at all times. And move on to the next slide. Not to forget on the educations. Food education is also evolving to address the pressing challenges of global food security, environmental sustainability, and technology innovations as well. Integrating AI into food educations can equip the future generations with the knowledge and tools to create a more sustainable and resilient food system. So what we can do by integrate AI into the food educations, first of all, like AI-powered platform, it can provide the tailored learning experience, adapting to individual student needs and interests and the knowledge level. And secondly, AI also enables the use of real-world data, example like the climate pattern, the soil health, the food waste metric in educational programs. And third, VR and AI-driven simulation, which will also allow students to experience the sustainable farming, lab-grown meat productions, or the food supply chain optimizations. And last, AI facilitates collaboration research by connecting students and institutions worldwide to work on sustainable food projects. That's another options that we can work on too. So come to the next slide. To me, AI is a very critical tool for ensuring the future for sustainable food system, addressing the challenge from the crop health to the waste management. Real-world example like what I have shared just now, Terranis, Blue River Technology Company, and Walmart, they have showcased the tangible benefits of AI in increasing efficiency and reducing waste. So by leveraging AI, agriculture can meet the growing food demands while also promoting innovations and sustainability. All in all, I would say AI is the backbone of innovations in alternative proteins, which enabling faster R&D, sustainability, and scalability. Company like I mentioned, it just not come and perfect day. There are also some leading example of how AI-driven solutions can transform into the food system. I didn't have much time here, so I can share with you in more detail how is the industry practices, but I called these few companies so that you can actually do more research and study about how the industry actually adopting this AI into their operations today. So integrating AI into food education is also another critical part to preparing our next generation of leader, innovator, and policymakers for the challenges of sustainable food system. So by leveraging AI, educations can also inspire creativity, accelerates innovation, and ensure a future where technology and sustainability can work hand in hand. So before I come to the close of my speech, so I would like to share with you some of the wonderful discovery in the States. Move on to the next slide. I would like to share the picture with all of you. So what you can see from this picture, I'm currently staying in San Francisco in United States, and now it's the cherry blossom season in San Francisco. But my intention of sharing this picture is not to focus on this beautiful cherry blossom. If you observe carefully, there's a car drive through the route without a driver. So this is very famous in San Francisco today. It's called a Waymo. So Waymo is an autonomous vehicle. This autonomous vehicle how it look like. Maybe you can click on to the next video clip. Is it work on the video part? Awesome. Yeah. So imagine you are stepping into a vehicle where it is drive on itself. There's no driver, just you and the road ahead. So now what happens here is with just a tap in your smartphone, the Waymo vehicle will arrive and ready to pick you up. So what's really struck me the most when I first time using this technology last week, and that's why I took this video, was the seamless integrations of technology and the urban environments. You can imagine the car was navigated through the busy streets, expertly managing everything, avoiding the people walking past by, avoiding the cyclists, and all this while adhering to the traffic law. I was very amazed by how this vehicle used the advanced sensor and AI technology to make the real-time decisions and demonstrating a level of precision that is so hard to estimate even by the human beings. So during the ride, I couldn't help but reflect on the broader implications of how this technology for sustainable development in reducing the traffic congestions and the greenhouse gas emissions at the same time, helping to create a more sustainable urban landscape. So as we stand at the crossroads, the choice we make today will shape the world we live for the future generation. In closing, let us commit to working together, sharing knowledge, and fostering innovations. Next slide. Thank you for your attention, and I really hope that my insight were helpful. I wish all of you all the best. And thank you also Prof. Sharima for invitations. Thank you Priya for your coordinations, and thanks Joy for everything. Thanks organizer. Yeah. Welcome to any questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Miss Aileen Ko, and I love your presentation. Actually, late in the afternoon, in the morning session, we had the presentation about the technology that can be used in agriculture, and now you presented as a case study, like for instance, that AI in crop monitoring, like the companies you've mentioned, the Taranes, Blue River, and AgroSmart. And also, we can conclude that aside from the crop monitoring, AI is also being used for waste management that promotes reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and we can detect the spoilage of the vegetables. And of course, you gave us the challenges and ethical considerations on how are we gonna, integrate technology to foster a resilient food system. And thank you so much for sharing with us the Wemo vehicle. And we are looking forward that in the upcoming conference, we can how Wemo vehicle can be used also for agriculture or other aspect of our or other topic of our conference. So thank you so much, and I would agree that working together, sharing our knowledge, we can able to have a sustainable future for everyone. So once again, thank you so much, Miss Elenko.
Thank you, Joy. Thank you. I'm looking forward to the collaborations and thanks for having me today. I appreciate that.
It's our pleasure, Miss Elenko. Now, do you have any questions, clarifications? How about our online attendees? Do you have questions? Okay, so we have question here.
Hello, Dr. Elaine. Can you hear me?
Hi.
Yes, I
Yeah.
totally followed through your talk. Quite interesting, and some sort of relation to my field as well. That's why I'm asking you the questions. Are you still working in US, or it's recent already? You're still working in US, right? United States?
Yes, yes,
Yes.
yes.
So from that perspective, because we're in Malaysia, that's another part of the world, and US is always, let's say, at least 10 years ahead of modern technology, commercially speaking. So what I see from Malaysian perspective, or I should say Asia Pacific perspective, countries like Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore, Thailand, Philippines, Vietnam, all these countries here, the technology of IoT, commercially, the products are still not quite available, although quite a number of research is going on, but the actual product, IoT product, are still not in market, uh, at least to that extent that we would expect from technological perspective. But in compared to this part of the world, US, there are some products, but yet the lag between AI, because AI mostly is dealt with the data layer of communication system, but the product is from the physical layer. So there's still a lag between the data-driven AI technology and device-driven IoT technology. Let's say the AI is quite advanced. It's still, the research is like after 10 years it will come, but the product is 10 years back. It's lagging behind. So how the US companies, United States commercial industries, they're trying to overcome this challenge? This is my first question to you.
Okay, thank you for your questions, Dr. Azam. Yeah, I like your sharing so much just now, especially on agriculture 4.0. Yeah, this is a very good question. So from the industry perspective, I would say that when we're talking about integrating AIs into our industry practices, we also required the collaborations, working together with governments and also non-profit organizations. So I will share with you some of the real case study that we are working on some project in the past. So for instance, when we're talking about the improve on the farming practices, we adopted the AI technology and we want to encourage the farmer to do the same. But when it comes to the real industry problems, is we were concerned about the cost, the investment. So it is always very hard to pursue, especially the SME, to participate with us, to drive on the sustainability goal and asking them to invest in some IoT sensor or some technology that requires to work on that project. So what we are working here is we work with USDA, for instance, to discuss with them our idea, our projects, collaborations with governments, collaboration with other organizations. We bring the powers together, and with the support from governments and those organizations, it come up with incentive plans to the SME, to the farmers, and we educate them. Well, I'm talking like very easily, but it's actually take years to work on that. So we required a very long long project plannings. We should develop what is our short-term target, what is our long-term target, what will be the budget required. So it's required an extensive approach to make sure that this thing was actualized. But not to say that it's something unachievable. To me, everything is achievable as long as we have a plan. So my advice is start working with other organizations, start reaching out to whoever's party that working on this. Not to forget, sustainability is everyone's target. Not only in your company, my company, everyone is driving on the same boat, but we just need to connect with one another. Reaching out to some organizations. I also touched about the greenwashing just now. So when we talk about integrating this AI application, it's also very important. We find the reliable companies, IT companies to work together so that to making sure that what we are working on is complying not only to our company policy, but to the regulations. And by doing so, it will be much more easier for us to obtain the support from the government and also collaborating with other organizations. I hope that I answer your question, Dr. Azam.
Yes, that's brilliantly done. I guess so. So following to that point of sustainability, that's my last question to you. Am I audible to you now?
Can you speak a little bit loud? I think I can't hear.
Okay, I think I can change the mic. Am I audible to you now in a better way? Yeah? Can you hear me?
I can't hear. I'm sorry.
You can't? Okay, never mind. I think you can hear me now.
This is
Yes.
better.
All
Okay.
right. Following the point of sustainability that you just mentioned, and you also given an example of driverless car, which was, I think, commercialized quite a 5-6 years back in US and also in some other countries. So certain technology that are compatible with sustainability idea, let's say the driverless car, because no use of fuel and also it's driverless. So in terms of environmental effect, it's good. But certain things that you mentioned as, for example, smart agriculture. So in smart agriculture, there are quite a number of IoT devices required, which requires battery to be operated. And these things are like driven, like, let's say, many chemical components, ingredients. What, from a technological perspective, I suspect that it may hamper the totality of sustainability in environment at the end. We are discussing too much on the sustainability in our own way, but at the end, it may affect in the environment in any other way. So is there any policy or any concern from US organizations or industries that are working with it, with this particular issue that I just referred? I hope I cleared my query to you, right?
If I understand your questions correctly, is your questions are asking that when we're talking about one of the technology or one of the sensor that we developed for the smart agriculture, and how the company, how the organization is going to adopt that technology into their system, and is that applicable to them, kind of things, and is that your questions?
Let's say the product of an industry they're implementing in agriculture, let's say for smart agriculture, but that product uses some components that are unhealthy for the environment. Although we are trying to make the system smart or IoT driven, AI driven, but at the end we're damaging some part of the environment in any way or shape or form. So that particular concern, is it taken by the industries or the organization at US in their policy making or something? That's my question, actually. I think you...
Awesome.
Yeah.
I give you questions.
Yeah.
From the industry perspective, what we are working on is, first of all, when we talking about adopting the technology, first of all, we will develop a comprehensive greenhouse gas assessment. So that assessment will study what is the biggest contributions from the industry, because every industry is unique. every industry is different. So for instance, the industry that I'm working on is food industry. So first we will study the overall operations of our company. Where is the biggest part of the greenhouse gas emissions that contributing to the environment? So from the comprehensive assessment, we will identify, or we can also even divided our greenhouse gas emissions like scope 1, 2, 3, and take on the biggest greenhouse gas emissions problems, and then we will identify what are the technology that we want to adopt to improve the situations. But back to your questions, if the technology that we're going to utilize, it will help, for instance, to reduce on the greenhouse gas emissions, but at the same time, it will contribute to another environmental problems, then we will evaluate. So every single items that we're going to adopt in the industry, we will go through a very tedious, very detailed analysis to study what is the pros and cons, what is the negative and the positive part of this project, and then we will make the decision from it. So at the same time, we were going to make sure that it is compliant to our company policy as well as complies to the regulations. Does that
Thank
answer?
you very much. Yes, very clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Asam, for your question. And to Ms. Aileen Ko, thank you so much. Another question? Do we have question coming from our online attendees? I think everything is clear. So we can proceed to our session 2. All right, so we will now begin our technical session 2 with another sets of presenters in this session. This is still guided by the same guidelines from the session 1. Again, our presenters, you only have 7 minutes to present. And to facilitate our session now, may I call Dr. MD Sharif Hassan, a lecturer from the Taylor's University, Malaysia. A round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? Yeah. So before starting the session, I would like to thank Academia Research Lab for inviting me as a session chair for this second ISME conference. So I think we are already so late. So without further delay, we want to start our afternoon session. So this session will be comprised of 10 presentations, and all of the presentations will be presented virtually. So without further delay, I would like to invite Jamaica Galano Geraldo, our first presenter. Are you online? Okay. So his research topic is Advancing Mental Health, Developing a Culturally Relevant Filipino Adaptation of the Warwick-Edinburgh Mental Wellbeing Scale. So would you prefer to present live, or would you like to play a pre-recorded video? Okay, okay, let us begin.
Hello, everyone. I am glad to present to you our study. My name is Jamaica Galano Gerardo, the main author of this research on advancing mental health, developing a culturally relevant Filipino adaptation of the Warwick-Edinburgh Mental Wellbeing Scale. Together with me is my co-author, Dr. Jonah A. Cambry of the Cagayan State University. I am 26 years old from Isabela, Philippines. In the past 5 years of my life, I earned 2 degrees, the Bachelor of Science in Psychology, Batch 2019, and Master of Arts in Guidance and Counseling, Batch 2024. Right now, I find myself committed to personal growth and development. In my current role as a school psychometrician at St. Ferdinand College, and at the same time, in my preparation for the board examination for registered guidance counselors. Today, I want to highlight our work on developing a Filipino version of the Warwick Edinburgh Mental Wellbeing Scale and how this could contribute to the concretization of the global goals. The WWBS is one of the most frequently employed and reliable tests that serves to assess mental well-being, but its usefulness as a mental well-being assessment tool in the context of Filipinos is underexplored and somewhat limited. Our study aimed to translate, adapt, and validate WWBS for Filipinos, ensuring cultural relevance and linguistic appropriateness. We recruited 750 teenagers from the Cagayan Valley region using non-probability sampling techniques. The translation process involved forward and back translation methods, followed by expert reviews and cognitive interviews. Psychometric analysis confirmed excellent internal consistency reliability with a convex alpha value of 0.856. This adaptation supports SDG goal number 3 by providing effective mental health assessments, which are crucial in promoting good health and well-being among young Filipinos, a key component in achieving sustainable development. By empowering researchers with culturally relevant tools like this adapted scale, we foster environments conducive to learning and personal growth, aligning with global societal goals under SDG goal number 4, quality education. This work also aligns with the Philippines' long-term development vision, articulated in Ambisyon Natin 2040 and supports national priorities outlined in the Philippine Development Plan, PDP, from 2023 to 2028, particularly along mental health initiatives. The WWBS was developed by Stewart Brown in 2006 as 14-item scale measured subjective well-being and psychological functioning. The validated in various populations, proven to be a reliable and unidimensional tool for measuring mental well-being. In this slide, it is stipulated under research methodology, which highlights the process of forward translation, back translation, panel reconciliation, pre-testing, and final testing of the WWBS Filipino version. Now, let's delve into the methodology behind our study. To ensure cultural relevance and linguistic appropriateness, we employed a rigorous translation process. The translation process involved 5 stages to ensure accuracy and cultural appropriateness. We began to forward translation, where a team composed of mental health professional, lawyer, and teachers translated the original WWBS into Filipino, and the same was reviewed by 2 linguists separately. This step ensured that each item was accurately conveyed in the local context. Next, we conducted back translation by having 2 different translators translate Filipino version back to English version. This allowed us to compare it with the original version to identify any discrepancies or inconsistencies. Discrepancies were then addressed through panel reconciliation meetings. Following this, expert reviews were conducted to assess clarity and cultural sensitivity. Cognitive interviews further refined our translations to ensure they were understandable and relevant for our target population. Pre-testing was conducted with content experts and psychometric interviews to assess cultural relevance and clarity. This meticulous process guaranteed our adopted scale would effectively capture mental well-being among young Filipinos. Finally, field testing was carried out to evaluate the overall quality and equivalence of the translated Filipino WWBS compared to the original version. Now, let's look at the key findings of our study. One of the most significant outcomes is that the Filipino version WWBS demonstrates excellent internal consistency. We obtain a convex alpha value of 0.856, which indicates that all items in our scale are strongly correlated with each other. This means they were consistently measured the same underlying construct, mental well-being. This high level of internal consistency suggests that our adopted scale is reliable and effective in assessing mental well-being among young Filipinos. It provides researchers and practitioners with a robust tool to monitor and address mental health issues.
Okay, there are some technical issues. So we'll move forward to the next presentation now. So the next presenter for today's presentation is Mary Grace Noreen, and her title is Strengthening Governance Performance of the Barangays of San Carlos City, province of Negros Occidental, Philippines. So a warm round of applause, everyone, for the presenter.
Hello, good afternoon. Permission to share my slides.
Yeah, sure. Present. Permission is given, yeah. Sure.
To the intellectual elites, the research enthusiasts, a good day to everyone, a pleasant day filled with many new possibilities and breakthroughs. Today, I speak before you both honored and humbled. Honored for being given me the responsibility to be the agent of development. Likewise, I am humbled for being given me the opportunity to present our research study entitled Strengthening Governance Performance of the Barangays of San Carlos City, Province of Negros Occidental, Philippines. My name is Mary Grace Noreen Ponce Luduna, and this is the line of my humble educational attainment. I am a graduate of Bachelor of Arts major in Political Science, and I am a holder of Master in Public Management, major in Local Government Administration. And I finished and I completed the course in Juris Doctor, and I was conferred the degree of Doctor in Philosophy and Development Studies. People have established me as a molder of public opinion and a good woman who bring a vision for community development. And I considered myself as a woman who continued a woman of distinction who continued on the path of progress and a vision for the future. Operating at the grassroots level in the Philippines is the basic political unit we call the barangay. and which is the key mechanism to the effective and speedy delivery of the frontline services. Lagman in 2008 considered and explained that the barangay undoubtedly the key mechanism to politics that brings the affairs of the government to the people. Thus, it is the most accurate barometer of the real pulse of the people. Many barangays in the Philippines for almost 2 decades are still in the under the complicated situation in the delivery that hinders the delivery of the effective services as a response to the claimor of placing the barangays in the mainstream development and excellence. There is a need, it could be said that there is an urgent need to have a clear measure of their capabilities. This research study is unique in its subject area, may assist the 18 barangays of San Carlos City, province of Negros Occidental, Philippines, for their improvement of their excellent governance. With the use of the barangay governance management performance data capture form of the Department of Interior and Local Government with the parameters of governance, administration, social services, economic development, and environmental governance. And it also investigated on the problems met by the barangays in the delivery of their effective services. So, guided by the agenda of the sustainable development for 2030, that no one will be left behind in the development processes, global development processes. This research opted for a higher study and recover a more holistic vision of development. So now here comes the results of this study. As to the area of governance, the strength of the 18 barangays of San Carlos City lies in the local legislation. It is because the business and transactions are open to the people. All the transactions are transparent, as well as, of course, there is a participation from the people. However, sometimes there is the governance is triggered by the unavailability of resources. As to the area of administration, the strength of the 18 barangays of San Carlos City lies in the human resource management and development. So the barangays are well managed, the system of governance were in place, and this is the key mechanism for economic takeoff. However, there is a showing that there is a need to improve their development planning more so in the revenue generation. It is because we're considering of the lack of budget. And as to the area of social services, the strength of the 18 barangays of San Carlos City lies in the area of public safety and disaster risk reduction management. The barangays are compliant to the public safety requirements with focus on the disaster preparedness. So although no, although there is this disaster preparedness, but of course the barangay are also allocating their funds in order to improve their services, like for additional equipment, no, to address the needs, the social needs of the people. And as to the performance in economic development, the barangays, the 18 barangays of San Carlos City, their strength is both on agriculture and fisheries development, as well as, of course, in the entrepreneurship and business, and also with industry. So the barangays are, there is a business for the people, but only limited. And as well as, of course, they provide gainful employment for the people, but although limited, but of course, the barangays are allocating funds for the skills training in order to enhance their agriculture development. So as to the area of environmental governance, the 18 barangays of San Carlos City, their strength is on the water management as well as, of course, the pollution control. No? The constituents of the 18 barangays of San Carlos City are responsive, positively responded to the environmental governance. However, there are also some of the respondents who resisted in the environmental governance. But however, the barangays still continue to quest to become a model barangays in the whole world for waste management. On the problems met by the barangays that hinders the effective delivery of their services. So they indicated illegal drugs, inappropriate budget, lack of enterprise, garbage, as well as non-participation of the people, no, in the barangays, the constituents. However, the barangays continued to implement programs and projects for the development of their governance. So basically, generally, the 18 barangays of San Carlos City, province of Negros Occidental, Philippines, are well managed. The system of governance were in place, and there is a semblance of the willingness to improve their performance and an openness for the window of opportunity to be in excellent governance. And of course, the barangays lamented on the problems. However, according to them, the problems could be solved in time. Nonetheless, there is a need to have a development program tailored on governance, administration, social services, economic development, and environmental governance so that no barangays could be left behind in the global development processes. So this research study is a testament on how the barangays improve in their capability that contributes to the a system of governance for the system of governance of the 18 barangays of San Carlos City that, of course, trickles down to the better quality life of the people of San Carlos City, province of Negros Occidental, Philippines. I am so blessed with this research study, and I pray that you too will be blessed. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. It was insightful. So moving on, we're moving on to the next presentation. The presenter is Aristoni E. Sanko, and research topic is the roller coaster ride, live experiences of teacher mothers in the Department of Education. Let's welcome Aristoni E. Sanko.
Good afternoon, everyone. Allow me to share my screen. Once again, good afternoon. It is an honor to be here to represent Central Philippine State University, Kennedy Campus, and also to present our research paper, The Roller Coaster Ride, Live Experiences of Teacher Mothers in the Department of Education. With me is Dr. Kim Simisahon, a faculty member of Central Philippine State University, Kawayan Campus. So as part of the introduction, by the way, I am Mr. Aristoni Isanko. I am a faculty member of CPSU, Kennedy Campus. At the same time, currently, I am the sports and cultural coordinator of the said campus. And basically, I am currently pursuing my Doctor of Philosophy major in Educational Leadership at the University of St. LaSalle. Please bear with me since this is the first time around that I will be presenting in an international research. As to the abstract of the paper, the primary goal of this qualitative investigation is to explore on the lived experiences of 5 teacher mothers from Candidato Negros Occidental who simultaneously work at the Department of Education's public secondary school and have a number of children. This study was based on the McDermott's multiple roles of the self, theory of role balance, 1996, and McLellan's lens of role theory, 2005, which depicted and underlined the significance of balancing one's roles in dealing with day-to-day situations. In other words, the core of these theories identified is to emphasize the challenging and diverse roles of teacher mothers in addressing the demands of their work and family life. The phenomenological study technique is used in this study's research strategy. The study used criterion sampling, a type of purpose sampling in which only individuals who satisfy the researcher's criteria are included in the study. Semi-structured in-depth interviews were used to collect data, which were being recorded, transcribed, verified, analyzed, and interpreted by the researcher utilizing Creswell's method for studying lived experiences. So the results revealed the following challenges, of which I am going to discuss in details. At the same time, we have also revealed different coping mechanisms to address these challenges. As to the introduction of the study, so parents and teachers have important collaborative role in child's education that is according to the La Cruz 2018. Parents are seen as important partners who are important or essential allies and collaborators for educators, according to Parents in Partnership, Ministry of Education 2019. According to Albert 2013, teachers in public schools in the Philippines are overworked based on a high student teacher ratio, daily and annual teaching hours. These experiences
We cannot
these
hear you.
experiences, sorry.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if my screen is still on the screen.
Yeah, we can see your screen. It's in the introduction of the study.
Okay, thank you so much. So these experiences essentially have an impact on the overall performance of the teacher who is performing her dual roles, which is being a mother of several children and as a teacher. Their dual function frequently includes conflict, tension, and uncertainty. However, it also offers these women rare chances to successfully transfer knowledge and experience from their professional to their personal life. So the statement of the problem, basically, this study aimed to answer the following question. What are the lived experiences of teacher mothers who have several children balancing her roles both at school and at home? For our research design, we have made use of the qualitative research focused on the phenomenological approach. We have also observed the key informant interview in gathering the primary data from our participants. So participants in sampling technique. So we have here 5 teacher mothers from the public secondary school of District of Candidato Negros Occidental. Specifically, they are currently employed at Quirico G. Manzano Memorial National High School. So this study again is utilizing or employed purposive sampling in selecting the participants, of which we have considered the different criteria as mentioned here. So they must be a bona fide public school teacher in the Department of Education, District of Candidato Negros Occidental, should be married and have at least 5 as the minimum or greater number of children, and of course, should be willing to participate in the process required of the study until the full realization of the research objectives. So again, we have made use of the Creswell methods of analyzing lived experiences. So as to the result, allow me to present the summary and implications of the responses from the participants. So we have here challenges of teacher mothers, theme number one, time after time, a challenge in managing time. So this study explores the struggles of teacher mothers in managing their time between professional duties and family responsibilities. Participants express difficulties in balancing their roles, often compromising quality time with either their students or children. The demands of teaching, including lesson planning and instructional material preparation, add to their challenges. Some even sacrifice weekends for work, leading to feelings of guilt and exhaustion. So this is being supported by Celine 2017. Study highlights that parents, especially those with multiple obligations, face constant time shortages as they work tirelessly to provide for their families. So this underscores the need for better time management, strategies, and institutional support. Theme number two, taking care of business, dealing with multiple roles of life. So the study examines the challenges faced by teacher mothers in juggling multiple roles at work and at home. Participants shared struggles in balancing responsibilities as educators, both and caregivers, emphasizing the difficulty of managing both professional and parental duties. Many find it challenging to support their children's learning while fulfilling school obligation, often leading to late hours and emotional strain. The need for strong communication with spouses and a support system is highlighted as essential in coping with these demands. Citing Honda 2015, the study reinforces that multiple roles can lead to role conflict, overload, and stress, affecting overall well being. Challenge number three, 1,000 miles, distance of home from school. The study highlights the struggles of teacher mothers working far from home, affecting their ability to care for and guide their children. Participants expressed their concerns about missing important moments in their children's lives and being unable to provide consistent support. The physical and emotional toll of distance creates a conflict between professional responsibilities and parental duties. Teacher mothers feel torn between earning a living and being present for their families. Supporting these results, Bentrat 2019, the study emphasizes that distance impacts both students and parents, leading to emotional strain and difficulties in maintaining close family connections despite their desire to be actively involved. Theme number four, as to the challenges, I'm at work and exposure to different pressure. The study explores the pressures faced by teacher mothers in balancing work and family responsibilities. Participants expressed difficulty in meeting school deadlines while also fulfilling their duties as mothers, often feeling overwhelmed and emotionally drained. The constant struggle to prioritize between being a mother and a parent adds to their stress. Work pressure, compounded by role conflicts and high demands, negatively impacts their well being. Supporting the findings, the American Psychological Association 2014 states that while short-term work stress is common, chronic stress can be harmful to both physical and emotional health, making it crucial to address workplace and family support systems. Last challenge, we have here theme number five, a challenge to finances and other resources. The study examines the financial and resource challenges faced by teacher mothers. Participants shared difficulties in managing finances, often using personal funds for school related expenses while also addressing household needs. The struggle to balance time, energy, and financial stability affects their focus in the classroom and at home. Teacher mothers experience stress in finding ways to supplement their income while fulfilling professional and parental duties. Supporting Sarati 2015, the study highlights that financial issues are a common concern among public school teachers as money and resources are essential for both work and daily living, further adding to their burden. To address these challenges, we have also highlighted different coping mechanisms. Theme number one, self discipline. This study highlights the importance of self-discipline among teaching mothers in balancing their dual roles at work and at home. Participants emphasize that discipline plays a crucial role in time management, allowing them to fulfill both professional and parental responsibilities effectively. They shared strategies as such arriving early, staying late, and maintaining structured routines to achieve daily goals. Supporting Johannesburg's 2019, the study underscores that self-regulation helps individuals manage emotions and responsibilities, enabling them to adapt to challenges. Developing self-discipline is essential for teacher mothers to maintain productivity, meet expectations, and create a balanced and fulfilling life. Theme number two, family and schoolwork balance. The study explores balance between family and schoolwork among teacher mothers. Participants emphasize the need to allocate time for both roles to avoid conflicts and maintain harmony. They highlighted the importance of prioritizing family while efficiently managing professional duties, such as completing school tasks at work and dedicating weekends to their children. Teacher mothers find strength and flexibility through these experiences, helping them become better educators and parents. Supporting Morphe 2015, the case recognizes that while families provide emotional support in coping these
Uh,
stress.
as Tony, sorry to interrupt you, but the time limit is 7 minutes. It's already over, I think 15
Okay,
minutes.
thank you, sir.
So thank you for your presentation.
Okay, sir.
We'll, uh, okay.
Thank you so
So
much.
if you want to wrap your presentation, if you want to give a concluding statement within 30 seconds, you can give.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. So to conclude with my study, challenges are ongoing issues that teacher mothers and everyone else in the modern period face. So teacher mothers manage their time, careers, and jobs as professional educators, instructors at school, while also being mothers or parents in their own houses, despite the numerous insurmountable hurdles, issues, and uncertainties they faced. So teachers in the Department of Education, District of Candoni, Municipality of Candoni, Negros Occidental serve as a role models to their fellow teacher mothers and other with the information gathered. So as you can see, as I presented, hopefully that this study will give you insights. At the same time, it would help our teacher mothers in the Department of Education and even in the higher ed. So again, thank you so much for this opportunity to present. At the same time, I'd like to extend my thank you to Dr. Lysel Pacheco, the research coordinator of CPSU, Hinigaran Campus, for the consistent motivation and encouragement to submit my paper and for this presentation. God bless everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Aristoni. Thank you for your insights. So now, before moving on to the next participant or presenter, please make sure you finish your presentation within 7 minutes because we have some time limitations. So moving on to our next presenter, Philip Constantine Mandek, and his topic is mental health and academic adjustment of Apio State College students, an analysis of psychological well-being, affect, emotional ties, distress, anxiety, and depression. So I think we'll be going for the pre-recorded video.
And Good day. May I present my study on mental health and academic adjustment of Apayao State College students and analysis of psychological well-being, affect, emotional ties, distress, anxiety, and depression. Before I proceed, may I first introduce myself. I am Philip Constantine L. Mandak, a registered psychologist, psychometrician, and a certified mental health coach. I earned my PhD and MA in psychology from Cagayan State University. At present, my key roles are guidance counselor, registrar, and psychologist at Apayao State College. I am also designated as Director for International Affairs and Linkages. I have conducted seminars and lectures on mental health, stress management, and psychological first aid, empowering individuals and communities to build resilience. I am an active member of the Psychological Association of the Philippines and have been a resource speaker and educator in fostering mental well-being, innovation, and educational excellence. My co-author in this study is Dr. Sylvia Lei Ikari Kigaw. To give you a brief background on the study, I would say that mental health is crucial for academic success. Global and national data reveal high rates of mental health challenges among adolescents. This study focuses on ASC students' unique challenges due to geographic and cultural factors. Moreover, the study is focused on mental health status among college students with the key variables such as psychological well-being, positive affect, emotional ties, psychological distress, anxiety, depression, and behavioral emotional loss of control. The objective of this study is to assess mental health and academic adjustment of ASC students. Descriptive correlational design was used involving campuses in Malama and Luna. Data were analyzed using the Mental Health Inventory Questionnaire. Moving on to the findings, psychological well-being is reported typically at very low levels, showing a mere 0.5% of students having exceptionally high psychological well-being levels, and quite a considerable number of 46.9% reported low psychological well-being. Generally, low psychological state shows students according to mean scores of 46.34. Thus, most students enjoy high levels of positive affect, but 46.7% suffer with such a mean score explaining a well above 32.86. Emotional ties are to the gains, indicating strong support networks with 31% of students reporting extremely high levels. These gains, nonetheless, are overshadowed by such things as the extremely high levels of psychological distress, where 67.4% of students are affected and rated as very high. Anxiety is another fairly common disorder, with the students who show above 59.9% reporting high levels of anxiety. Depression affects 47.2% of the students with an average score of 15.07, indicating high levels of depressive symptoms. A very great concern includes behavioral emotional loss of control, where 64.4% of the students declared to have high levels. Such factors reveal how essential a very strong mental health supportive system at campus must be. Indeed, even strong emotional ties and moments of positivity cannot compensate for the psychological distress, anxiety, and depression levels that affect even emotional loss of control, warranting urgent and extensive interventions to improve mental health needs for college students' mental well-being. This study suggests that college students indeed face various challenges of mental health with significant levels of psychological distress and anxiety, as well as depression categorized by emotional or behavioral loss of control. Many students have not been able to maintain optimal psychological well-being, yet have reported positive affect and bond arrangement. Psychological well-being as low, while psychological distress was high, and is a reflection that much of the student population would be facing mental health complications affecting their performance in studies, social relationships, and general quality of life. That further substantiates the more generalized need for mental health services and resources because it emphasizes the pervasiveness of such problems, especially since they find themselves engulfed in increased levels of anxiety and depression. The increased emotional ties may imply that most students have supportive relationships, which could be a safeguard towards mental health issues. However, since most students are still reporting high levels of discomfort and emotional loss of control, it appears that the systems are not protective enough to balance the stresses they face. Generally, the results make a strong case for immediate mental health interventions and support services at colleges to help students cope with psychological issues and perhaps be more mentally healthy ultimately. Moving on to the conclusion, we would say that variations in students' mental health require immediate action. The existing support systems are insufficient, and increasing mental health resources is essential for healthier college campuses. Prioritize interventions to bolster student support and overall well-being. The outcome of this study indicates the following recommendations for consideration. First, colleges and universities should increase the availability of mental health services such as counseling, therapy, and crisis intervention. Institutions may kickstart the realization of mental health awareness campaigns to create informed students on mental health issues, erase stigma, encourage seeking help. Universities and colleges should create platforms for building support in the community, mentoring programs, student clubs, or social activities that promote peer interaction and support. And last, we must provide students with workshops and courses to help them manage the pressures of their academic life. That's all, and thank you.
So thank you for the presentation. So we'll be moving on to the next presentation by Carla Castro Salvelon. And the topic is Voices of Solo Parents Teachers in the Division of Kabankalan City Amidst Stress. Carla, do you want to present live?
Good afternoon. I would like to present the video recorded
Okay.
of the presentation.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Good day. Today, I will be presenting to you my research study entitled Voices of Solo Parent Teachers in the Division of Cabancalan City Amid Stress. I am Carla Castor Salvalion from Central Philippine State University, Hinicaran Campus, Philippines. This is my study abstract. Stress, or to be more accurate, pressure, is an avoidable part of everyday life, meaning different things to burnout. Parent teachers dream of being both effective as parents and teachers to their family and their vocation. Some situations sometimes lead parents to separate from each other, that several factors may lead to solo parenting. According to 2014 solo parent statistics, there are 4 million solo parents all over the Philippines. There is also an increase of solo parent teachers in the Department of Education. Thus, the solo parent teachers in the city division of Cabancalan City may have also experienced different level of stress related to their teaching career and their family. Therefore, the researcher aims to investigate the underlying level of stress and coping strategies of the solo parent teachers from the school's division of Cabancalan City, Negros Occidental, Philippines. The following are the objectives of the study. First is to know the profile of the solo parent teachers in terms of sex, civil status, position, and number of children. Second is to know the level of stress of the solo parent teachers according to time management, work-related stressors, professional distress, discipline and motivation, professional investment, behavioral and emotional manifestation. Third is to know the extent of the use of the coping strategies of the solo parent teachers according to cooperation and compromise, verbal cooperation, aggression and confrontation, and the avoidance and withdrawal. And lastly, to know the significant difference between the level of stress of the solo parent teachers according to their profile. For the methodology, an explanatory sequential mixed method was the basis for the conduct of the study, and there were 30 solo parent teachers from the division of Cabancalan City identified through purposive sampling technique and served as the participant of the study. And there were two adapted and modified questionnaire for the quantitative data. After the quantitative data were analyzed, the participants are invited for a focus group discussion, and an open-ended question was used for the entire discussion. Ethical consideration was used and observed during the entire conduct of the study. For the result of the study, for the profile of the solo parent teachers, 28 out of 30 are female solo parent teachers. For the civil status, 14 are widowed, 10 are separated, and 6 are single parent teachers. For the position, there were 19 teacher 1 and there are only 2 for teacher 3. For the number of children, there were 14 of them with 1 child and 1 of them have 5 children. For the level of stress of the solo parent teachers, the work-related stressors rank 1 as extremely noticeable stress among the solo parent teachers, followed by professional distress, and lastly, for the behavioral manifestation. This reflects that the solo parent teachers are more pressured in the respective workplaces, especially in time, workloads, demand, and expectation and responsibility as a teacher. These teachers are encouraged to pursue additional studies as well as to attend seminars and workshops to stay with the current trends and demands in their professions. This was also confirmed by the participants during the focus group discussion. For the coping strategies, cooperation and compromise was used by a great deal by the solo parent teachers. This implied that the solo parent teachers gave their best in coping with the stressful situation they experienced. These solo parent teachers give their best to learn to become more open to their respective families and friends regarding to the problem that they face. This is also confirmed by the participants during the focus group discussion. There are no significant difference in the level of stress among the solo parent teachers in Cabancalan City according to their profile. These solo parent teachers encountered different kinds of stress in the different level, but they also differ in how they professionally invest in themselves as a teacher. This is also confirmed during the focus group discussion. For the conclusion, majority of the participants are female and were happily raising their children. In general, a moderately noticeable level of stress were identified among the different seven stressors, and the work-related stressor has the highest level of stress among the solo parent teachers. Cooperation and compromise has the highest level of the for the coping strategies, and there is no significant difference among the different level of stress according to their profile. For the recommendation, these solo parent teachers must have a positive attitude towards everything that they do and always maintain a standard of being a teacher. They must engage in an open and healthy communication with their colleagues and family. They balance their personal and work activities, especially in attending the obligation with their children, and it is also recommended that the school's division office or administrators, specifically the Gender and Development section, must render and extend their help towards these solo parent teachers by conducting seminars and trainings, which can help these teachers by managing their stress. The school must help these teachers feel that they are not different among the other teachers, that counseling is encouraged in order to lessen the teacher's stress, and of course, students must help their teacher in minimizing the later stress. And lastly, further researches among solo parent teachers is recommended. These are the different references used in the conduct of the study. Greetings from the solo parent teachers from the division of Cabancalan City.
So thank you for the presentation. So we'll be moving on to our next presentation number 6 for this session. It will be presented by Jeffrey G. Elegia, and the topic
Hello, good.
is yeah, and the topic is development of polling system with sentiment analysis for higher education institutions. So please give a round of applause for the presenter.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, permission to share my screen.
Oh, yeah, we are giving you the permission, but before you start, please try to finish within 7 minutes.
Yes, yes. So, is my screen visible and I'm audible? Good afternoon, everyone. No, so, before I start, no, my presentation, I would like to take this opportunity to give thanks, no, to the Academia Research Lab, and also Dr. Lysel Pacheco and our campus administrator, Manbela Supi, for this opportunity. So, again, good afternoon. I will be presenting my research study entitled Development of the Policy System and Trend Analysis. So, my name is Jeffrey D. Alegea, MSIT, Faculty of the College of Computer Studies, and from Philippine State University, Cabangalan City, Negros Occidental, Philippines. For the abstract of the study, the additional feedback system in the higher education institution is often time-consuming, deficient, and resource-intensive, relying on manual processes such as printing, distributing, and analyzing paper form. The study focuses on the development of the pooling system integrated with sentiment analysis to enhance the feedback mechanism at Central Philippine State University in Negran campus, utilizing the Valiant Aware Dictionary for Sentiment Listener or reader. The system categorizes textual feedback into positive, neutral, or negative sentiments, providing actionable insights for decision making. The study employs the mixed method approach combining the qualitative and quantitative. Qualitative data was gathered through civil structured interviews with stakeholders involving the students, faculty, campus administrators, and others to identify the challenges in the current system, while the quantitative data was collected to be a survey questionnaire to evaluate the proposed system quality based on the ISO 251-2011 system quality model. For the system was developed using the rapid application development methodology, ensuring the iterative and flexible development results from the thematic analysis revealed three key themes. No? One is the efficiency of the current system. Two, we have need for advanced analytics, and three, we have excessive usage of resources. The system evaluation demonstrates the excellence performance across all quality characteristics with mean scores 4.80 for functional capability, 4.50 for performance efficiency, 4.80 for usability, and 4.68 no, for security. So the findings highlight the potential of the proposed pooling system to provide a cost-effective, sustainable, and efficient feedback mechanism for HCLs, enable the real-time analysis and data-driven decision-making. This study contributes to the modernization of the feedback system in educational institutions, addressing both personal efficiencies and stakeholder needs. This study aims to address the following questions, research questions. One is what are the key challenges and efficiencies of the current feedback system in HCIs? Two, how can a pooling system integrated with sentiment analysis address these challenges to improve feedback mechanism? Three, what is the level of system quality of the proposed system assessed by the stakeholders and users? Now, for the methodology, no, so the research design, the study employs a mixed method approach integrating qualitative and quantitative methods. The rapid application development methodology is utilized for the system development, enabling the iterative and flexible development process to quickly deliver functional system. For the system evaluation, based on the ISO 25010 2011 system quality model is applied, which provides a standardized framework for assessing super quality, focus on the characteristics such as functionality, usability, reliability, and security. For the system development, no, so the study used a rapid application development model. Now we have four phases. We have the planning, analysis, design, and implementations. For the data collection, the qualitative approach is used to identify the difficulties and challenges associated with the current feedback system of the higher education institution. This involves conducting semi-structured interview with the key stakeholders, including the faculty, campus administrators, and office heads. With a quantitative approach, the study is distributed a representative sample of stakeholders, including students, faculty, campus administrators, and office heads. The collected data is analyzed using descriptive statistic, mean, and frequency distribution to derive measurable insight and evaluate the proposed system quality based on isotope F10 system quality model. For the data analysis, no, so this analysis follows a systematic process, including the transcription and thematic analysis. For the quantitative data analysis, the analysis follows the systematic process, include the data cleaning, descriptive analytics, and interpretation result. For the result, no, so we have the identify the key teams. No, so we have the three teams. So we have efficiency on the current system. Second, it's need for advanced analytics, and then third, we have the usage of resources. For the system quality, no, so the system proposed was evaluated based on ISO 251 2011 system quality. The following table summarize the result. No, functionality suitability is 4.8, interpreted excellence 4.50 for the performance efficiency, it is excellent. Usability 4.80 excellence, and security 4.68, it is excellent also. In summary conclusion, the proposed system offered a cost-effective, sustainable, and efficient solution for HCIs and reaching the limitation of traditional feedback mechanism. The study finding highlight the system can improve feedback processes, enhance stakeholder satisfaction, and support institutional decision making. So for the appendix, the process flow of the system, and then the process flow of the sentiment analysis, for the creating survey form, for the reference of the system, and then we have the generating QR code for the distribution of the survey, and then we have the user interface accessing polling in a mobile phone, user interface accessing polling system and desktop computer. And then last, we have the survey sample result, no, for the survey, and also sentiment analysis sample result, which is categorized into positive, negative, and neutral. So that will be all. No, thank you so much for the opportunity.
So thank you for your presentation and thank you to maintain the time. So now we are moving on to the next presentation by Dolores C. Volanti, and the research topic is addressing gaps in faculty performance evaluation, the case for a digitalized ESPMS in higher education.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. For the benefit of time, you may play the recorded discussion I submitted.
Thank
I
you
will
so
just
much.
open the camera. Thank you, sir.
So we're playing the pre-recorded video.
Yeah. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I will be presenting the research paper entitled Addressing Gaps in Faculty Performance Evaluation, the Case for a Digitalized ESPMS in Higher Education. I am Dr. Dolores C. Volante from the Camarines Norte State College, Philippines. The abstract summarizes the main findings of the study, which will be discussed in later sections. For the introduction, in today's rapidly evolving educational landscape, performance management systems have become indispensable tools for organizational success. In the Philippines, a significant milestone in this journey was the introduction of the Strategic Performance Management System, or SPMS, in the public sector through Civil Service Commission Memorandum Circular Number 6, Series of 2012. However, the current implementation faces several challenges and issues. As observed, there are instances of unfair rating practices, a concerning lack of transparency, and what appears to be an overemphasis on evaluation rather than development. These issues have created barriers to achieving the system's intended benefits. This is where our recommended adoption of electronic SPMS or ESPMS enters the picture. It is believed that by digitizing and streamlining the performance management processes, gaps in faculty performance evaluation could be addressed. The study employed a descriptive, evaluative, and correlation research design, utilizing a multifaceted approach to data gathering. The primary instrument was a detailed questionnaire, supplemented with document analysis, focus group discussions, and unstructured interviews to gain deeper insights. The sampling process was purposive and extensive, involving 187 regular faculty members from the 6 teacher education institutions in the Bicol region. This multi-level approach was rigorous and validated. The questionnaire was based on Civil Service Memorandum Circular Number 6, Series of 2012, and underwent thorough content validation through expert pooling, dry run testing, and refinement, achieving a remarkable reliability coefficient of 0.92. Data were analyzed using weighted mean, two-way ANOVA, and multiple regression tests. Table 1 presents the fact that faculty members accept the content of the SPMS and they are highly satisfied with its implementation along the 4 stages, such as performance planning and commitment, performance monitoring and coaching, performance review and evaluation, and performance rewarding and development. However, issues on vague comments and a lack of actionable recommendations, irregular sessions, and limited feedback reduced its effectiveness. Also, weak monitoring, lack of coaching, and absence of structured development plans to address underperformance and sustained growth highlight the gaps in fostering performance management. Table 2 reveals the results of multiple regression tests examining the effects of faculty members' acceptability and satisfaction with the SPMS on institutional performance in licensure examination, research, and extension services. Analyzing the computation shown in the table, these findings indicate that neither faculty acceptability on the SPMS content nor satisfaction with its implementation significantly influence institutional performance in licensure examination, research, and extension. So these findings suggest that while faculty members may recognize the advantages of SPMS, its implementation does not directly translate to improve institutional performance in key academic functions. Hence, from the findings, there is a need to improve the system. As revealed, there is inadequacy in the system and the existing SPMS lacks efficiency and motivation, which greatly affect performance. Therefore, there is a strong need to address the gaps. These findings are complemented with the data from unstructured interviews and focus group discussions, which reveal the key themes, as presented in the slides, in addressing gaps in performance management implementation. The themes highlight the need for a digitalized system as a transformative solution to address the issues on tracking faculty achievements, feedback on performance, accuracy, and documentation. Many literatures claim that digitalized SPMS with built-in analytics and reporting tools can enhance the implementation of the SPMS. Therefore, the findings suggest that while faculty members generally accept the Strategic Performance Management System, or SPMS, and express satisfaction with its implementation, its direct impact on institutional performance remains inconclusive. The critical gaps in monitoring, feedback, documentation, and evaluation could be addressed through digitalization of the system. So looking forward, we strongly recommend that higher education institutions prioritize the integration and enhancement of digitalized ESPMS to boost the performance management effectiveness and overall institutional efficiency. At this juncture, I would like to thank CHED, CNSC, and my colleague for their support, time, and effort they shared with me. And to the organizers of this conference, thank you for the opportunity. Here is the list of the references. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. It was a wonderful presentation and very insightful. Thank you, Doctor. So
Thank
can
you.
we have a round of applause for the presenter?
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Okay, moving on. We are moving on to the next presenter. The next presenter is Maneline L. Mananap, and the title of the research is Teaching Approaches for the Development of Critical Thinking Skills of Students.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank first our the Research Lab Academia Research Lab for this opportunity, and also to Dr. Liza Pacheco and Ma'am Sophie Belasupi, our campus coordinator. And to ensure to finish this presentation for 7 minutes, may I request please to present my video presentation. Thank you,
Thank you
sir.
so much. Thank you so much.
Good day, everyone. I am Dr. Manilyn L. Mananap, Associate Professor 1 of Central Philippine State University. My title is about the teaching approaches for the development of critical thinking skills of students. Critical thinking are crucial for achieving outcomes and considered a hallmark of a well-educated individual, is vital for fostering active, engaged employees and global citizens. Research analyzing numerous studies found that explicit instruction in critical thinking combined with practice and feedback significantly improves students' abilities, supporting the idea of direct or embedded critical thinking instruction across various learning environments, according to Kuhn et al. 2013. For decades, developing critical thinking skills and dispositions has been a primary goal in higher education. To this end, the current study investigates teaching approaches for development of critical thinking skills at Central Philippine State University, aiming to determine the levels of these skills as assessed by both teachers and students. This study employed a descriptive correlational research design involving 298 students and 105 teachers. Respondents were selected using stratified random sampling from Central Philippine State University main campus and Candoni, Hinubaan, Ilog, and Sipalay Extension campuses during academic year 2017 to 2018. Data were gathered through a modified standardized questionnaire. The first part of both student and teachers' questionnaires assess teaching approaches, direct, discovery, metacognitive, cooperative learning, computer-assisted learning, and constructivist methods. The second part of teachers' questionnaire consisted of key informant interviews, while the second part of students' questionnaire assessed critical thinking skills such as conceptualization, analysis, synthesis, and evaluation. Mean, t-test, f-test, and Pearson R were the statistical tools used to analyze and interpret the data. 4 out of 6 students, or 67%, assessed the teaching approaches as having a very high level of application, while 2 out of 6, or 33%, rated them as having a high level of application. Overall, students rated the teaching approaches very high. In contrast, 100% of the teachers assessed these approaches as having very high level of application. Students' level of critical thinking skills in conceptualization and analysis were good. Meanwhile, they were competent in analysis and evaluation. There was a significant difference between direct, discovery, metacognitive, and constructivist approaches as assessed by both teachers and students. However, the other variables such as cooperative learning and computer-assisted learning approaches showed no differences. The results suggest that conceptualization and evaluation has the largest difference, while analysis and synthesis has the smallest difference. Students reported a significant positive relationship between a constructivist approach and their ability to analyze information, suggesting that this approach supports their analytical thinking. They also found a significant link between metacognitive approaches and their capacity for synthesis, indicating that self-directed learning helps them integrate information and build understanding. However, the study found no significant correlation between conceptualization, analysis, synthesis, or evaluation and the approaches such as direct, discovery, metacognitive, cooperative learning, computer-assisted learning, and constructivist methods. Teachers observed a strong positive correlation between computer-assisted learning and students' analytical skills, indicating that they believe this method enhanced analysis abilities. However, they found no significant relationship between conceptualization, synthesis, or evaluation skills and direct, discovery, metacognitive, cooperative learning, and constructivist teaching approaches. Therefore, students demonstrated self-awareness regarding their performance and identified areas for improvement. Synthesis and evaluation skills develop students' competence, enabling them to organize ideas into meaningful wholes, identify strengths and weaknesses, and distinguish between assertions and evidence. Faculty possess greater knowledge of the pedagogical approaches compared to students, reflecting their experience. However, faculty and students did not differ significantly in their understanding of cooperative and computer-assisted learning. The faculty and students assessment found that both had a high significant relationship between cooperative learning and analysis, suggesting that cooperative learning increased students' academic performance through positive relations to peers, self-esteem, and mutual concern to others. Also, computer-assisted learning improved students' retention due to their access to a wide range of online resources. There were variations in the level of critical thinking skills of students in conceptualization, analysis, synthesis, evaluation in the past. This was because test items in students' assessments were structured and classified according to lower or higher thinking to further enhance students' way of analyzing, synthesizing, and evaluating concepts. The results also show that students develop their critical thinking skills regardless of the approach used. Finally, the results also show that there was a significant relationship between analysis and constructivist approach, indicating a close association between knowledge and critical thinking skills. Students had full control over their process of employing the approach, and they coordinated existing understanding with the new evidence. In addition, teaching approaches has no significant relationship indicated that faculty served as facilitators of the teaching and learning process, guiding students to learn independently. Similarly, faculties who collaborated with students in constructing knowledge as part of students' engagement in an open-ended inquiry came up with new understanding. Finally, a collaboration or correlation was found between computer-assisted learning and analysis, indicating that students tended to carefully analyze concepts if instructors used computer-assisted learning as an approach. So the following were the attachments for this research paper: the research instruments, communications, the validity and reliability of the instrument. All the best to you. Thank you so much and have a good day, everyone.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Uh, we can see there were a lot of appendices, and you use different statistical measures. So now we move on to the next presentation. The next presenter is Ms. Maria T. Mamba, and the topic of the research is psychological predictors of college readiness of the K-12 graduates. Miss Maria, are you there?
Yes, sir, I am here and I requested the my recorded presentation to be played, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Good day, everyone. I am honored to introduce to you my study titled Psychological Predictors of College Readiness of K-12 Graduates. Let me start by introducing to you the variables that were ascertained in this study. College readiness is a multidimensional construct which constitutes not only the cognitive factors but also the non-cognitive ones. Non-cognitive factors may include key learning techniques, personality traits, and other psychological characteristics or mindsets and behaviors which students have about themselves and schooling. Examples include school ability, self-concept, college adjustment, grit, personality traits, learning styles, and school These non-cognitive factors or psychological attributes enable students to engage more fully with academic content and maximize learning. Since college readiness in the Philippines is an emerging construct, only few researchers have investigated the different interwoven factors affecting college readiness other than cognitive factors. Hence, this paper delved into the different psychological factors influencing college readiness of K-12 graduates. Four objectives were met in this study. These are to determine the psychological profile of the senior high school graduates, assess their college readiness, ascertain the association between college readiness and their psychological profile, and determine the psychological predictors of college readiness. For the study framework, the IVDV model was used. The independent variables are the psychological characteristics of K-12 graduates, while the dependent variable is the college readiness. The study utilized the quantitative research approach. It also involved 7,384 first-year students as respondents. It also made use of 9 standardized tests to gather the needed data. In terms of statistical treatment, descriptive statistics, Kendall-Stauby correlation, ANOVA with Chuki post-hoc test, and the structural equation modeling, specifically the partial least squares, were used. For the results in terms of psychological profile, the respondents are mostly gritty, have poor study orientation, are not more problematic than for most respondents along school motivation and learning strategies, and obtained low scores in some personality traits. Majority of the respondents have neutral preference in learning, have excellent adjustment in the different problem areas, have average self-concept, and have below average school ability. In terms of college readiness, there are more college unready respondents than the college ready ones. As to correlation results, grit, college adjustment, self-concept, study orientation, school motivation and learning strategies, personality traits, school ability and learning type are significantly correlated with the respondents' college readiness scores. For the significant predictors, the school ability has the greatest effect on college readiness. Self-concept has an inverse effect on college readiness. Favorable study orientation, school motivation, and learning strategies, and personality traits are good predictors of college readiness. And to sum it all, college readiness is predicted by numerous psychological factors that interplay in shaping every K-12 learner. These include school ability, self-concept, study orientation, school motivation and learning strategies, and personality traits. As these factors have effect on college readiness, they must be given primary consideration in planning for curriculum alignment, transition interventions, and college admissions. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Ms. Maria. So now we are moving to the last presentation of this session. And the presenter is Christian M. Sabando. The research topic is Development Management, Policy Brief on School Health Services in Increasing Academic Achievement.
Good afternoon, sir. I prefer that my recorded video will be presented on screen. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good day, everyone. It is indeed a privilege to present at the Second International Summit in Educational Management and Emerging Technology. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Christian M. Sabando from Central Philippine State University, Philippines, and the title of my study, Development Management, Policy Brief in School Health Services in Increasing Academic Achievement. Currently, I am Associate Professor 1 and the Campus Nurse of CPSU Victoria's Campus, Philippines. I am under the College of Teacher Education and Medical and Dental Health Unit. My research areas include policy brief development, school health services, and science education. And for the abstract of the study, we all know that school health services is vital in fostering students' academic achievement. Thus, this policy brief aims to strengthen students' achievement through increased utilization and quality of school health services, namely in the five areas: anti-drug and substance abuse, dental health, medical health, mental health, and physical fitness. This policy brief is based on the study of quality and utilization of school health services at a state university in the Philippines. Thus, the policy suggestions highlight on focusing towards unified health service standards across campuses, enhancing medical, dental, mental health services to enhance academic performance by preventing interruptions in the learning spaces and leveraging technology. Also, essential services shall focus on comprehensive health services, namely regular health examination, telehealth services, and strengthened health education campaigns to lessen health-related disruptions in academic lives by keeping healthy, motivated, and capable of successful educational journeys of students. And for the background of the study is anchored on Sustainable Development Goal, good health and well-being, and quality education. Hence, according to Leroy 2018, students spend much of their days in school, which may provide new challenges for those with long-term medical conditions. Hence, a comprehensive policy is needed to align with the health service programs to address utilization gaps through collaboration towards building a healthy university. And for the policy overview, the study aims to improve school health services policies to strengthen students' academic achievement. Hence, the study utilized a policy brief analysis focusing on the five areas of medical health, mental health, dental health, anti-drug programs, and physical initiatives. And for the policy recommendation, the researcher came up with policy alternative and policy recommendations. For the policy alternatives, it includes status quo with few modifications. This includes access and improving resources to medical health specialists, namely the mental health specialist, the doctors, and the dentists. Second, there is a vast revamp towards restructuring the health services comprehensively. And also, we have the 7 comprehensive policy recommendations. First, enhancing unified service across campuses. This includes additional nurses, dentists, and mental health specialists, and the inequalities in service quality which have been demonstrated to affect students' attendance and in turn improve academic performance may be adequately addressed towards this strategy. Second, enhancing medical services to improve academic performance. This is about focusing on the prompt medical measures. Students with medical services are ramped up proactively, namely annual health checkups, vaccinations, and telehealth consultations. Third, strengthening mental health services to boost involvement in the academics. Fourth, enhancing dental services to prevent interruptions in the learning spaces. This to encourage students to use available resources, awareness program, and dental hygiene and its relationship to the academic programs. Hence, the institution can lower health-related absences and guarantee that students continue to focus their study by providing dental issues. Fifth, leveraging technology to increase health services utilization and academic success. This includes the use of drug education, mental health, physical health, and nutritional education. Hence, the use of telehealth services because of its ease of use regardless of the semester's demand and the fact that this will eliminate semester misadventures caused by recurrent sickness. Sixth, integrating health services with academic support programs. This ensures academic and health services collaborate to address the needs thoroughly that promotes the so-called better learning outcomes. 7, monitoring and evaluation of the continuous improvement in health and academic outcomes. Thus, personnel and students provide regular feedback with their academic and health services will continue to align with educational objectives. Also, the researcher came up with a strategic plan for enhancing school health services to increase academic achievement. This ensures the alignment of the school health policy services with academic success on the 10-year development plan towards the 4 pillars of action. First, strengthening school health services infrastructure. This is about a unified high-quality healthcare system essential for meeting the student needs. Second, increasing school health services utilization through awareness and access. Hence, this includes the so-called high-quality services, okay, under these essential programs to maintain their well-being and academic objectives. Third, building institutional support for policy reinforcement. This includes the so-called strategies towards the clear policies and procedural guidelines to standardize health services delivery across all campuses. And fourth, establishing academic health integration framework. This includes the link of academic achievement and health services if very crucial. Students in good health may be more attentive, perform better academically, and participate in the class through reduced absenteeism. Thus, therefore, it reduced health-related absenteeism, improved mental health assistance to the academic counseling, stress management, and resilience. Training should be affected by students to help them manage the demands of their studies. Also, to create individualized health support among the students and integrate wellness education into the curriculum to promote health-conscious learning environment and emphasize the value of good health. And for the conclusions, the study aimed to enhance student well-being and academic performance. Also, reduction in the absenteeism due to health issues. Third, greater utilization of school health services and improved health literacy. Fourth, stronger institutional commitment and educational synergy. Also, the students' health is an investment in their future, cultivating a university environment that promotes the well-being as an element of educational excellence in attaining sustainable development goals, quality education, good health, and well-being. And these are my references. Before I end my presentation, allow me to share the concept of school health services. A healthy student is a thriving learner. By strengthening school health services, we are not just treating illnesses, we are shaping futures, ensuring that every student has the opportunity to succeed academically and beyond. This ends my presentation. Thank you for listening, and may God bless us all.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. Now we'll be moving on to the Q&A session. So before proceeding to that, I would request the participants or the audiences in the attended through the link. You can ask questions in the chat box. So please mention the research topic or the presenter name if you want to ask any questions.
May I be recognized?
Yeah.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I have seen the chat box, and I think it was Prof. Dr. Mario Fetalver who has a question on my research. And allow me to read his question. Ma'am Mamba, can I clarify on the use of Kendall's Tau and ANOVA? Can we relate this use of the stat tools to the normality distribution of the data? My answer to that, Prof. Fetalver, is actually yes. And aside from that reason, it actually depends also on the level of measurement or level of data that we have correlated and that we have seen the significant differences in terms of all of these variables that were ascertained. I hope I was able to satisfy uh, your question, Mr. Yes, Prof. Fetalver.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And now we will be moving on the other question from Dr. Pitalver. Can you share to us, Ma'am Dolores?
Hello, ma'am. Yes, good
Can you
afternoon.
share to us, Ma'am Dolores, the multiple linear regression model showing the coefficient of the independent variables and independent variable? Maybe you can, I saw the screenshot of your study. Maybe you can summarize it up, sum up.
Okay, ma'am, I already sent my computation. However, it was sent, or these documents were sent in the chat box. So if you will allow me to share, then
And then
I
just
can
sum
do
it up,
so.
ma'am, regarding the independent and the dependent variables, and it's the use of the multiple linear regression.
Okay, yes, the multiple was used in order to determine the effect of the variables such as faculty acceptability and then the faculty satisfaction on the institutional performance along research extension and instruction. In the same manner, the this multiple regression test tells us that the variables did not significantly affect the institutional performance along research, instruction, and extension. They're all greater than zero point 0.5. So for example, in the case of regression test for the effects of faculty acceptability and satisfaction on institutional performance along research, the acceptability on the content, it the coefficient B is negative 51.875, and then the significant p-value is only 0.2. So they are greater than 0.5. So meaning to say the particular variable significantly affect the institutional performance. Okay, in the same manner, in the same manner, in the acceptability, faculty acceptability and satisfaction on institutional performance services, the same with the B coefficient of 9.490, and then the p-value is 0.454, so greater than 0.5. It only means that that variable did not significantly affect institutional performance along extension. And this data is the same through with the licensure examination. Licensure examination is used as a variable in order to know or to test the effect of this faculty acceptability and
Dr.
satisfaction
Bolantes,
on
thank you so much
instruction.
for answering the question. In the interest of time, we will be
Yeah.
entertaining questions from our panel reactor.
Okay. Thank you, madam. However, if you need my document, the document is already sent in our chat box. Thank you so much.
We have a question from Dr. Vitalver.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I just want to follow up the table of since the presented one is the table headings are titles instead of beta. So instead of constant, so please just review, ma'am, the presentation a while ago, since we should present the beta or letter B coefficients instead of t-test
Thank you,
in the
sir. Noted.
presentation.
Yeah,
Thank you,
noted,
ma'am.
sir. Okay. I will just consult again because the statistician was the one who actually computed this. Personally, I don't know how to compute the multiple regression test. Thank you, sir. Your comment is well noted.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Now I will be giving the floor to our session chair for the questions of the panel reactor.
Okay. So luckily there is no question from the panel. I think they like all the presentations. So we come to an end of this session. The session was comprised of 10 presentations, and all the topics were very interesting, I must say. And it ranges from mental health to, all kind of areas. So uh, I hope that you can do your research in the future, and I would like to congratulate all of you for your presentations and the research. I hope you can publish all of these presentations or papers in good Q1 or Q2 journals. So with that, I want to take a leave and thank you so much.
Thank you so much to our session chair. And now we will be moving on the awarding of the certificate of presentation. Before we award a certificate of presentation, of course, we would like to acknowledge our session chair for this afternoon. Allow me to read the citation. Certificate of recognition is awarded to uh, as recognizes and honor as session chair for the insightful, exceptional insights, profound expertise, and unwavering dedication during the second International Summit on Educational Management and Emerging Technology, given this 23rd of February 2025 at Holiday Inn Express, Kuala Lumpur City Center, Malaysia. Signed by the Executive Director of the Academia Research Lab Private Limited and the conference chair of this conference, Dr. S.M. Perduz Assam, and Executive Director Sushmita Priyadarsani. Again, let's give a round of applause to Dr. M.D. Sharif Hassan. May I invite our conference chair, Mr. Smita and Engineer Darshan to award a certificate to our session chair this afternoon. Together with our keynote speakers. And another certificate of recognition is awarded to Dr. S.M. Perduz Azam as the organizing committee member of the Second International Summit on Educational Management and Emerging Technology. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Now it's for moderator one. This certificate recognizes and honors as moderator to Ma'am Mila Joy. And it thank you, ma'am, for your patience.
And our virtual certificate is now presenting. Thank you so much to our presenters Engineer Ron, Michelle Dulay, Frederick de la Torre Villa, Harishi Ari Pradana, of course, our keynote speaker, Miss Eileen Ko, Professor Mario A. Petalver Jr., Dr. Eric S. Parilla, Charlene Gail Elaine Fabregas, Miss Jenny V. Keot, Sylvia Lay Ikari Kigao, Miss Beverly Gay N. Cambre, Jamaica Galano Gerardo, Mary Grace Noreen P. Laduna, Arestoni E. Sanko, Philip Constantine L. Mandak, Carla Castor Salvalion, Jeffrey G. Aleja, uh, Dr. Dolores Cibolante, Manlin L. Mananap, Maria T. Mamba, Christian M. Sabando, Professor Antonio A. Solomon Jr. Thank you so much, and we will be sending you the e-certificates on your respective emails. So again, this is Miss Joy Martinez, the host for the second day of the Second International Summit on Educational Management and Emerging Technology. So see you on our upcoming conferences. Thank you so much. The best paper and best presenter? Okay, there's a steep competition and the result is not yet available. It's hard to, identify the winners for this afternoon session. They're all competitive. Yeah, that's why our panel reactors, they don't have any questions. So while waiting for the results, so we will be having an upcoming conferences this June at Phuket, Thailand, and another multidisciplinary for the Phuket, Thailand. Sorry, it's tourism and hospitality, and for India on December 2025, that is the multidisciplinary approaches for sustainable society. So you may visit their social media accounts for more updates, and you may contact the organizing team for more details. And once again, we would like to acknowledge our partner institution, the Northwestern University Philippines, STI West Negros University, Walton Institute of Technology, India, Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University Philippines, Central Philippines State University, and the Rizal Memorial Colleges Incorporated Philippines. And again, congratulations to the Academia Research Lab Private Limited, headed by Engineer Darshan Sahu and Engineer Shusmita Priyadarsani. And congratulations to our conference chair, Dr. Perdus, and our co-conference chair, Dr. Saeed Mahmoud Amin. And now, finally, we have the result of best paper. Our best paper is none other than the best paper is Dolores C. Volante for the topic Addressing Gaps in Faculty Performance Evaluation, the case for a digitalized ESPMS in higher education. Congratulations,
Thank you,
Dolores C.
ma'am.
Volante.
Thank you so much.
And our best presenter for this afternoon is Zepri G. Aleja for the topic Development of Pooling System with Sentiment Analysis for Higher Education Institutions. Congratulations to our awardees for this session. The e-certificates will be sending to your email. Again, congratulations and mabuhay from the Philippines.
So again, we have came to end of a day. eventful, joyful, and full of networking, I hope. And we have gained various knowledge, multiple knowledge from multiple sectors today. And I am very grateful to all of you so, for joining us, giving this time, and your sharing beautiful thoughts, and to also engage us in a way where we can see the future. So our first motto is, as a researcher, is to share our knowledge and to gain some. And I'm very happy that we are having a, what you say, multi-generation crowd or participants with us. And everyone is contributing as required. And I am very thankful and I am very joyful to say this. Whatever we do in future, we will create a good community of researchers who will work for humankind, mankind, and peace. We always talk about our future generation and technology. We always focus our sustainability of future. So thank you for joining us in ISME Malaysia, and hope to see you soon. Thank you. Goodbye. Take care. Be happy. Be safe. Be healthy. Be good. Be human. Thank you. For our virtual presenters, uh, thanks for being with us for so long, and thanks for sharing your insights with us. And we hope to see you soon as a person someday. And we are hoping that this gaining and sharing of knowledge will help you and us as a community of researchers. Thank you. See you very soon.